ashes of the pouring rain, former memories decay. I am only here to stay, here to stay. Free from everlasting pain, feel that cold blood through my veins. I am only here to stay, here to stay. But in the darkest night, it begins a fatal sin.
Yeah! Tomorrow can also be Spooky Day, Spooky Saturday, and then Spooky Sunday.
Afraid of the dark?
Yeah! Freaky Friday! Gotta love my Freaky Fridays. Or you gotta love them Freaky Fridays, sorry, not my Freaky Fridays. Oh! Winky face. I don't have a wink, apparently. I know, right? Sad. Yeah. What? Aww. Feels bad. Big time. I feel.
I'm coming closer. I will catch you.
Ah. Ah.
It goes.
I'm. Ah. Too big. Ah. I do have one other outfit, but you guys have to
Afraid of the
use that
dark?
one. It's
Are
not
you
that
scared?
expensive. E. You forgot the E.
I am you.
Double A sports. It's in the game. Easy. I believe as well. Yeah, you guys can also request videos. So today we're just going to be watching scary stuff and then probably moving on to scary games. Yeah? Yeah, that sounds good. Also, yes, I sacrificed the movement of my tails for movement of more hair. How does my chat box? Love the hair. Perfect. Fluff. It's very... It's hard. To make chat bigger. Wood fluff. Yes! Big fluffy ponytails. What? Oh yeah. It's so weird to not see my tails move. Let's see. So for now, I have videos that I'm going to watch. You guys can open videos, send videos in whenever. Just like make sure that I'm not going to get like taken down or have to take this down. Little spooky ambiance stuff. This is nice. Do this. Capture. Music. Okay. Spotify. There we go. Easy. There you go. Hello? Hello? I had no mic and no one told me. No one told me my mic wasn't on. Hello, everyone. Thank you again. I will thank you again, Minnie. Thank you for the raid. And thank you for the follows, Ruth and the Missing Hook. Hello, hello. Are you ready to get scared? Probably. It's probably not gonna be scary, but you know, it'll be okay. We're gonna get spooky. Good old spooks. The spooky? Yes, it's the spooky. You wanna see the spooky? Well, you can see it. We're gonna watch Nuke's Top 5 for a bit. And I do have a redeem for requesting a video. If you would like to show me a scary video. And then I have another outfit as a redeem. And then redeem back to this one. I don't know if this is gonna capture audio. I hope this will. I guess we'll see. Yeah, please no. Let's see, let's do that. Let's do browser. Add. That should be good. For some reason, I don't. Hold on. Just need my chat box. I'm still busy setting this up. I love brand new overlays when they're not all set up already. Chat can go there. There we go. There, yeah. I don't know. Okay, I think I'm ready. I'm ready to stop. I don't know if this is really gonna work, but we'll see.
Smile Direct Club brought you a better way to straighten. And now we're bringing you a better way to whiten. Up to 9 shades brighter in just 1 week.
Top 5 ghosts caught on camera when the walls come tumbling down.
Oh good, it can.
Paranormal investigators Jordan and Johnny from the YouTube channel Paranormies are back on a new investigation that brings them to an old abandoned train station in Piney, Manitoba, Canada. The Piney train station was closed in the 1960s. In the 1980s, a tormented local man named Dennis drank himself to death in the abandoned Piney train station. Locals believe that his spirit haunts the station to this day. People have seen unexplained shadows in the windows of the train station, and curious explorers who dared to go inside would feel a presence watching them. The Paranormies, Jordan and Johnny, set out to investigate whether the stories are true. Once inside the Piney train station, the two friends realize just how badly decayed the building is. The roof actually seems like it's about to collapse.
Yeah. Oh my god. Was that upstairs? No, that's outside.
Holy f***, man, it sounded like a piece of the house just busted off.
That might have been it, because look at the roof.
Was that a piece of the house or was that you?
Jordan and Johnny aren't sure whether they just captured something paranormal or something might have fallen from the ceiling. But the longer they're inside, the stranger the unexplained sounds become.
Holy.
Sound like glass shattering.
This time the Paranormies team hears the sound of glass shattering somewhere inside the old train station. But again, they can't quite place where the crash came from. But the next sound they hear is even creepier.
She was saying he's so emotional.
That's footsteps.
Matter.
That's footsteps. Cool.
Hang on, hang on. Shh.
Ooh.
This thing is going off right now.
Dennis! Dennis!
That's loud, dude.
I'm going up.
Jordan and Johnny hear footsteps coming from right above them on the second floor. However, when they go up to investigate, there's no one there. But the two explorers do find the source of one sound they hear, and it is absolutely terrifying.
All the people that are coming through this place.
React.
What's that?
React.
How's that?
What is that, man? Dude. Hang on.
Is that?
Dude,
What is that? What is...
And it just stops.
The lock on the door is eerily
The
shaking
ghost
back
is
and
shaking
forth
the
on its
lock.
own. When the investigators get close to the door, the fast-paced rattling mysteriously just stops. Jordan and Johnny decide to do a sensory deprivation session. Jordan covers his eyes and puts headphones in his ears so that the only thing he hears are the answers coming through their spirit box. Meanwhile, Johnny asks questions to the spirit of Dennis that might be haunting the abandoned train station. They get some strange answers, but then something even more shocking happens.
Shit.
here.
Here? That was you? You're here? If you can make that noise again.
I heard K2
If you can make that noise again, I'll check the K2. If you can make that noise again, let us know.
in here.
We'll come over there.
Sweep. What?
There's a noise over there.
Fuck.
Oh my God.
Did you see it? The bizarre silhouette of what looks like the upper half of a person can be seen slowly forming in the hallway. When Jordan shines his flashlight on the eerie figure, it disappears. Eventually, the guys decide to set up a Ouija board to communicate with the spirit. It did not go well.
My hands and knees are just shaking.
Did you move? It looks like it's crooked.
Really? No, it's still over, right over top.
It's
of
right
the
over
T.
T, but I thought it was straighter before.
What was that? The light just died?
Or light just died.
Was that you, Dennis? That thing was fully charged.
Might be using that energy. Oh, dude, get out.
Don't wait another minute. Get your
Goddamn.
tickets to win Full House Lottery's Dream Homes. Grand prize one is a $2 million indoor oasis.
Oh, that's the spookiest part.
Go.
Yeah. Ah!
Everything was falling apart.
Scariest part right there.
The light on their camera dies even though the
Yeah,
battery is fully
spooky.
charged.
Spooky
And then the
ads.
guys have to make a run for it as the station suddenly starts to fall apart all around them. They grab their camera, leave the Ouija board, and just get out of there. So did the Paranormies capture supernatural evidence that proves that the Piney train station is haunted? Did they capture the ghost of Dennis's lingering soul on camera? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? As always, you decide. You can watch this full investigation and many more creepy videos over on the YouTube channel, Paranormies. Caught on camera. This next video was sent to me privately by Nuke's Top 5 viewer, Mary Therese Pagay from the Philippines. In her email, Mary says that
Oh, the
she's a
Philippines
nursing
always has
student
this
and
creepy
that she
stuff
was at
going
home
on.
with her brother recording a demonstration video for her final exam.
Oh.
Then, this happened.
1, 3, go. Okay na? Now that I have introduced myself to the patient, verified the client's... Now that I have introduced myself to the patient, explained the procedure, and asked for his consent, verified the client's identity, and provide...
Ano ito?
Sige pa, sige na. O, tara. 1, 2, 3, go. Now that
No,
I
it
have
was
introduced
nothing.
myself to the patient, now that I have introduced myself to the patient...
Oh.
The light flickers for a second, and then just off screen, the closet door forcefully slams
Oh my
open on
gosh.
its own, scaring Mary and her brother so much that they run from the room. In a follow-up video, Mary shows the closet that burst open, and the story gets truly bizarre.
So this is where it all began, and this is the cabinet.
She's got a
And
bunch
I'm
of baby
actually
stuff in
very
there.
afraid to touch it or open it. I'm very sorry for the mess. So as you can see, this cabinet is full of clothes and no person can actually, oh my gosh, fit inside here. And this is where my brother stood. And this is the light switch. So my brother was videotaping me. Filming here. I was standing here and my brother was standing here. And the lights actually started to flicker before the
They went
cabinet opened.
spastic.
And actually before that we were actually experiencing weird things. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I'm very scared.
I would be
But
too.
this
Don't
is
worry, woman.
what it looks like inside. Tabi-tabi po. No person can actually fit inside here. It was actually me and my brother inside this room. And right now, I'm not sleeping inside this room. I'm sleeping in my parents' room.
Mary explains that she is now too scared to sleep in her own room. And maybe she should be. Because during the recording of her follow-up video, a strange voice can be heard.
And actually before that, we were actually experiencing weird things.
Oh no, not the ad. No, not the ad!
The energy's here. I
That's
need
the
you to
scary
be
part.
ready. Okay. We're gonna be working together.
Get out of here. Yeah. the
Now,
spookiest
Mary
of
has a
all the
YouTube channel,
voices.
but her videos are entirely dedicated to her nursing education and have nothing at all to do with the paranormal. Furthermore, Mary says that she's always been a skeptic, and before these videos, nothing paranormal had ever happened in her home. As for me, personally, I'd have to say that she genuinely looks terrified in this clip. But what do you think? What remains? Urban explorer Christopher Hill from the YouTube channel Urbex Hill travels to the city of Warren, Ohio to explore the long-abandoned St. Joseph Riverside Hospital. The sprawling medical facility was established in the 1960s, and as with any old hospital, thousands of patients passed away inside its walls. Many people believe that some of those patients never left. Because, you see, the St. Joseph Riverside Hospital is said to be extremely haunted.
Spooky hospital.
Chris enters the old decaying building, and as he explores the hospital's cluttered hallways and rotting rooms, he captures some very strange sounds.
That's what he captured. It was a good one. Oh, but that was a spooky sound.
And on a completely different floor, he hears something again.
I've always wanted to go and explore a place just like this. Exactly, because why not? Doing this kind of stuff would be super cool. Just for like the hell of it too.
Now, I'm not sure exactly what these odd sounds could be. Obviously, it might be anything from animals inside the hospital to just some very odd buildings settling noises. Or possibly even something paranormal.
That wouldn't
But
be
either way, Chris just shrugs it off and completes his exploration throughout the entire St. Joseph Hospital. But later on, after Chris uploads his video, observant YouTube viewers spot something that Chris didn't even notice. Something downright chilling.
It's flooded.
Ew.
Did you see it? It's very easy to miss, but what appears to be a hand or arm can be seen quickly disappearing behind a door frame. Chris has no idea what he's just captured and passes right by the door and continues on to explore the flooded rooms down the hallway. So just what is this? Could it simply be a squatter who is living in the old deserted building? Or could it be one of the spirits that roam the old hospital hallways? Let me know what you think. You can watch this entire video and many more explorations of creepy abandoned buildings over on the YouTube channel, Urbex Hill. If you see a video that you think would be perfect for the top 5, or if you have a ghost hunting channel and you caught something great, contact me at nukestop5@gmail.com. Meanwhile, on TikTok. TikTok user DinoNugget741 claims that ever since he saw a, quote, voodoo lady in New Orleans 7 years ago, that something followed him home, and that the entity has not left him alone ever since. He says that the mysterious spirit even follows him when he moves to a new house. He records his terrifying experiences and posts them to TikTok. One night, in an attempt to cleanse his brand new home in Colorado with sage, the TikTok user captures something absolutely horrifying.
Oh, he cut an ad!
Come on, man. I know, bud. I'm not afraid, man.
Neither am I. There you go.
Come on out, man. Oh, yes.
As he opens the door to the basement, a dark figure can be seen standing at the bottom of the staircase, just kind of staring up at him. When he turns on the light, the figure disappears out of sight. He checks out the basement, but there's no one there. Then strangely, he hears the voice of what sounds like a laughing woman from upstairs, and the door slams shut. So is it real, or is this bizarre haunting just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can check out more of his paranormal encounters over on his TikTok page and YouTube channel, DinoNuggets741.
So I keep seeing comments saying that the original video is on Nuke's Top 5s. If somebody has the link to that, could you please send it to me? Because I can't seem to find it.
TikTok user Dom Matigan says that his family home in Chicago was built in 1929, and that the original owner, a man named Richard Spencer, took his own life after he suffered financial ruin during the Great Depression. For years, Dom and his family have heard the strange sounds of footsteps, knocking, and even banging inside their home. The family believes that the ghost of Richard Spencer haunts the home. One night around 11 p.m., Dom is home alone when suddenly the angry ghost makes a terrifying return. Dom grabs his phone and starts to record.
Okay, so I'm literally home alone Listen to how loud and aggressive it is.
Oh, rip. So what are you gonna do to eat instead? No!
That's why we're moving.
Now, obviously Dom doesn't seem to be frightened at all by the incident, but Dom explained that he's heard the banging so many times now that it doesn't even really scare him anymore. Weeks later, it happens again, and Dom is ready.
So we're back in the house, and every few seconds there's another...
I'm just waiting for something to happen.
Get the out of here. Get the out of here.
He runs toward the door and opens it, but again, no one there. Intrigued TikTok viewers wonder what would happen if Dom started to knock back. Another night, and
Yeah.
Dom decides to test it out.
Okay, so I'm trying to get ready for bed. And there's another one. It's so...
No one!
Everyone's been asking me to try and knock back.
Woo!
You
Dom steps outside and knocks on the door himself, but the response actually comes from the closet door next to him. These days, Dom says that instead of being scared by the haunting,
too am a
it has
closet
actually
ghost.
started to become a tiring nuisance. Dom is currently making plans to move to a new house. So is Dom's family home haunted by an angry ghost?
I would.
You decide.
I would get out of there.
You can
if my
find
house
more of
was
his
haunted.
paranormal experiences over on the YouTube channel and TikTok page, Dom Matigan. So last week I featured the story of Maddie Bark, who believes that a dark entity followed her home after she went on a paranormal investigation at a cemetery.
Maggie? Maggie? Oh my god. Maggie? Who is the... Oh my god. Did he just move? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Maddie says that she often sees a creepy translucent figure on the property around her home,
Right? These kinds of
seemingly
videos
getting
are
closer
so
and
interesting.
closer to the house. Since the video, Maddie went on a TikTok live stream ghost investigation in her own backyard in an attempt to capture the bizarre figure again. Her live stream viewers are shocked when they see something that Maddie just can't see.
So these are the trees that keeps getting foggy. And it's actually kind of clear. Well, obviously you can't see the sky, but it's like
Yeah, show us a
super
dark
clear.
sky that we can't see.
The same strange pale translucent apparition seems to appear right in front of Maddie. But what do you think? You can follow Maddie's paranormal experiences over on her YouTube channel and TikTok page, Maddie Bark. The Red House. Paranormal investigator Kevin Barranco from the YouTube channel Archivo Extinto travels to Guadalajara, Mexico to explore the historic La Casa Colorada, which translates to the Red House. The house was built in 1923 and for years functioned as military barracks before becoming a hospital. The hospital was eventually closed down and the property was left empty and abandoned. Stories circulated that the remote and secluded location became a place where cults performed dark rituals. Curious visitors claim to have seen witches, demons, and the skeletal female figure of Santa Muerte, a Mexican saint who is said to wear a long cloak and be the personification of death itself. Kevin is joined by his friends as they explore the creepy location, but the group begins to get a little nervous when they hear odd noises coming from all around them.
Ay, joder. No mames, se escuchó un ruido de acá de este lado.
¿Dónde fue? ¿Dónde fue? Ay, cabrón, no mames. Tranquilos, tranquilos, tranquilos.
Someone's banging in the house.
Tranquilos, tranquilos.
Llegó aquí adentro, no sé exactamente en qué parte, pero...
Ay, güey.
The group finds strange symbols and words written on the walls inside the structure, both in Spanish and oddly in English too. And again, they hear something.
Sí, esto es bastante interesante. Es una palabra en inglés que no voy a mencionar en estos momentos por cuestiones de protección hacia nosotros. Pero dentro de las palabras dentro de esta palabra Hay un nombre muy... Acá se escuchó.
Sí, bien cabrón.
Oye, ¿lo escucharon? ¿Escuchaste?
Sí, bien clarito, güey. No sé si la cámara lo captó.
The camera seems to capture the sound of an unexplained deep breath coming from somewhere in the darkness. As they continue investigating the writing on the walls, they capture something downright chilling.
God damn it! I don't care about your ad libbing. Get out of
Todas
here.
las paredes hay frases. No sé, quizás unas por vandalismo, otras por sectas. La verdad es que no desconocemos el significado y la verdad es que no queremos saber sobre ello.
Aquí hace mucho frío, ¿eh?
Sí, hace bastante.
What appears to be a cloaked figure can be seen walking inside the structure, but the Archivo Extinto team are completely unaware of what they have just captured. So could it be that Kevin and his team captured the apparition of Santa Muerte, the cloaked Lady of Death? Let me know what you think down in the comments.
Deathly.
You can watch this full, scary 3-part investigation over on the YouTube channel Archivo Extinto. Thanks for watching. Follow me on Instagram here. Follow me on Twitter here. And then,
No.
apparently there's also a TikTok? Oh. Anyway, I'll see you next week.
Ooh, he's got a TikTok too. Ooh, snap. Okay. Let's see, some full screen terror.
Top 5 ghosts caught on camera. Found footage. Paranormal investigator Joe from the YouTube channel Afterlife Paranormal Investigations is joined by his friend Rob as they explore a creepy abandoned farmhouse in Brownstown, Michigan. The guys are hoping to have a paranormal encounter, but first they capture a very strange encounter with an angry bee.
There's this
Bee?
fly that... Is that a fly or a beetle? Keeps coming near my light.
I too am
Oh,
scared
it's a
of
bee, dude.
I'm very scared of
I
a
know,
bee.
dude. It's like, leave us alone. I can hear it, dude. It sounds
As they investigate, they start to pick up some very bizarre K2 EMF readings.
Dude, where did that bee go? Oh my god, dude. K2.
Tasty too.
It is going out of control.
But then, the two investigators capture something without even knowing. Something they just can't explain.
Share, and you don't need any of these to make
I wish
money
I had
from the
YouTube
stock
Premium
market.
for this.
And in fact, if you click here right now, we will show you.
Get out of here. Stop promoting your shit.
Alright, we're getting ready to check out
Don't mess with the
upstairs
angry
and
bee.
see
Exactly.
if we can even
You mess
stand
with
on
the
these
angry
floors,
bee,
but it looks
that bee
sketchy.
will come fight you.
That bee, dude, is not like leaving us alone. This bee keeps trying to attack
Yeah, a
us.
bee. A bee is buzzing around them right now.
I wish we had some spray to kill it.
Yes, a bee. Literally a bee. No. No.
You good, dude?
So it's legit a bee flying around like.
Did you see it? A strange mist or smoke-like apparition seems to form right in front of them. Oddly enough, the two investigators can't even see it.
Oh.
Joe later explained that he had no idea what he had just captured, and to his great regret, he just stopped recording, completely unaware of the amazing
What?
evidence that he was
How
capturing
dare he
on
stop
camera.
recording?
So just what do you
He
think
caught
this
a
odd
ghost.
dark mist could be? Let me know.
Ghost.
You can check out this full investigation over on Joe's YouTube channel,
Spooky.
Afterlife Paranormal Investigations. A turn for the worse. Paranormal investigators Kuram and Shahid from the YouTube channel Saya Official travel to an abandoned farmhouse in Punjab, Pakistan that is said to be extremely haunted by an evil entity. The entire property is haunted, but especially one particular tree that seems to trigger aggressive
I'd be a
supernatural
ghost and haunted
activity
anyone who
when
tried checking out my
approached.
building too
The man
in the
says
morning.
that 3 of his children mysteriously became very ill
I would
after
haunt
they had
that
been
building
playing
for life.
underneath the
That's
tree.
my building.
Their hands and feet became locked in a twisted, painful position, and they couldn't move them. The farm owner also became ill and suffered the exact
Depends on
same
who goes
fate.
to the grave
His
first.
hands and feet became twisted in pain. The helpless, terrified family soon deserted the farmhouse and just never returned.
You'd be a
Kuram
good
and Shahid
ghost. I'm
were called
scared of
in to
everything.
investigate the extreme
You
haunting
could
of the farm.
move, like,
Now, just so you know
you
what's
could
going
poke a
on,
wall
the
and I'd
loud
be
aerial
terrified.
noise that can be heard in this footage is explained by Kuram and Shahid to be the sounds of a Muslim religious event that is taking place in the same month they are investigating. So, when the two friends begin exploring the property, it doesn't take
It's
long
true,
before they
though.
start to experience the alleged extreme haunting for themselves.
ये देखें अस्तगफिरुल्लाह अल्लाहु अकबर यार पूरा उधर जाके
I
दिखाओ
love the double cameras.
यार कुरम यार कुरम ये पहले इसका आगे वाला बोनर हिला है ये देखो दोबारा दरवाजा बंद हो गया फिर दरवाजा बंद हो गया कुरम
Ah, the door was moving. Ah!
Don't wait another minute. Get your tickets to win Full House Lottery's Dream Homes. Grand prize one is a $2 million.
I don't care about your $2 million house.
यार
I'm way too poor to buy that right now.
अल्लाहु अकबर ये देखें
Ah, go. Hello.
मुझे लग रहा है ये हवा की क्रॉसिंग की वजह है देखें असल में हवा की क्रॉसिंग हो रही है जिसकी वजह से ना
यार खुरम ये मेरे पीछे पता नहीं क्या चीज आके लगी है
A car sitting on the farm's property begins to shake on its own, and something heavy is thrown and hits Shahid in the back.
इसकी वजह से ना
They don't know it yet, but things are just going to get worse from here.
Uh-oh.
ओए अल्लाह यार खुरम
That felt good.
यार ये इसकी आवाज आई थी
यार ये पलटी है यहाँ पड़ी हुई थी
हाँ इधर पड़ी हुई थी
A wooden hay cart is flipped into the air and
Wow.
falls violently.
Magic!
The investigators are shocked, but they continue to explore the area.
So it did
What
feel
happens
good.
next is just bizarre.
ओ ये देखें
Look at this. No, I
खुरम
don't
ये
wanna.
देखें ये सिंक भी ना
I don't
सिंक
wanna
भी
look.
टूटा हुआ
Ah!
आवाज आई है खुरम इधर से सुनिए आपने
हाँ जी
Did you see it? Shahid looks into an old dirty mirror when he hears a sound and the two investigators turn around. But Shahid's reflection doesn't move. His own face seems to be staring back at him as he turns and moves toward the unexplained sound. Completely unaware of what just happened, Shahid and Karam set out to find the source of the mysterious noise.
That's a
क्या
that's a
आप अपनी
fear I have.
मौजूदगी
Looking
का
into a
एहसास
mirror and
दोबारा
then not
दिला
having
सकते
my
हैं?
reflection move.
क्या बगैर नुकसान पहुंचाए
शाहिद
क्या हुआ खुरम
इधर से किसी ने झांका है
इधर से
शाहिद इधर से किसी ने झांका है इधर से कोई देख रहा था
The two investigators ask for the dark presence to appear, and they get exactly what they wish for. A strange figure can be seen throwing something at the team from the other side of the property. When they run over, there's no one there. The creepy apparition has simply disappeared. The team decides to split up, and Shahid goes into one of the old farm buildings and heads upstairs. He sets up a static camera and lies down on an old bed frame. It did not go well.
When you make your break, having the right tool is everything. So you break out and power on.
No, that was so good.
The heavy bed frame suddenly flips over, throwing Shahid to the floor. The terrified investigator just gets up and makes a run for it. After this horrifying experience, the team decides they've pretty much had enough, and they decide to call it a night. Now, real or not, the metal frame of that bed and Shahid's weight combined would have been extremely heavy and difficult to lift off the floor. So this footage is without a doubt incredibly strange and very creepy. I'm not sure I have an explanation, but maybe you do. Is it real? Or is it all just a very elaborate hoax? You decide. You can watch this full 2-part series over on the YouTube channel, Saya Official. If you see a video that you think would be perfect for the top 5, or if you have a ghost hunting channel and you caught something great, contact me at nukestop5@gmail.com. Meanwhile, on TikTok, anonymous TikTok user Haunted Wesley Manor claims that he works as a building maintenance man for a large apartment complex that was built in the late 1700s. Now, back in those days, the basement of the building contained cheap live-in apartments for hundreds of poor occupants. But now, after years of restorations and remodeling, the basement is left empty and abandoned. TikTok user Haunted Wesley Manor says that many of his co-workers and even current residents of the building have heard and seen some very strange things. In fact, after many residents started reporting that they heard crying, giggling, and even screaming coming from the basement, the anonymous TikTok user and building maintenance man was forced to start checking out the creepy basement for intruders on a regular basis. He records his experiences and shares them on TikTok. His curious TikTok followers believe that the spirits of restless children might actually haunt the basement, and they request that the TikTok user leave a toy in the basement. So he does, and that's when things get truly bizarre.
I brought a little toy. Hopefully the ghost likes it. I think it's a child. I'm hearing a lot of stuff down here.
The toy truck suddenly turns on as if someone
or
something touched it. After this creepy experience, the activity in the basement only seems to intensify. The TikToker begins to hear movements and giggling when he goes down on his daily inspections. And then, one day, he captures something downright chilling. A young child can be seen peeking at the frightened TikToker from behind a wall. And then the video cuts out. So, is it real? Or is it all just an elaborate TikTok hoax? You decide.
Get out of here, creepy ghost kid.
In another video, TikTok user Maddie Bark believes that a dark entity followed her home after she went on a paranormal investigation at a cemetery. She says that she's seen something strange in her yard on a regular basis, and that whatever it is, it appears to be getting closer and closer to her house. One night, she's shocked when something appears right at her front door.
Maggie? Maggie? Oh my god. Maggie? Who is the fuck? Oh my god. Did he just move? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Is he out there?
Yeah, some good phasmophobia.
you see anything?
Kid ghosts. They're like
No,
baby
I don't
ghosts.
see anything.
Yeah, kid ghosts are so freaky.
Her clock.
They're just a big old no-no.
It looked like it turned and walked away. The only place it could have gone is through this.
It jumped. No, if it jumped, it would have hit it.
A pale, translucent figure can be seen looking into the window of Maddie's front door.
Just in there
It then
staring
seems
at
to
the
move to
camera.
the
It's
side
like, hello.
and suddenly disappear into
I'm on
thin
camera?
air.
Yes, please.
Maddie and her sister open the front door, but no one there.
Give me love.
What makes this footage
Open
even
your
stranger
door for
is that
me.
there's nowhere for this
It's cold
mysterious
outside.
figure to have gone. There are several steps up and a tall guardrail right beside the door. So again, is it real? As always, I leave it up to you to decide. 3
what else could it
haunted
be?
houses.
It couldn't be a
YouTube
person.
user
Just
MegaSquirrel64
floating.
Gamer has this entire YouTube channel dedicated to gaming videos and occasional vlogs. But there's one video on his channel that's very different. In the video, the YouTuber explains that his dad got a delivery and opened the front door to receive it. On the door, there's a security camera, which is now filming the inside of the house, near the living room. The camera captures something downright chilling.
What?
That's my name.
Oh, it's an ad!
I don't know if you can see it. Yeah.
God damn it. Come on, there we go. What is it?
Did you see it?
What?
YouTube user MegaSquirrel64 Gamer explains that his mom and dad were the only ones present during the recording of this video. So, just who or what is sitting on the couch next to his mom?
Oh!
The gamer has no idea what this bizarre apparition could be, and to
I
this
thought it was
day,
the other
the video
lady.
remains unexplained. But what do you think this might be? Let me know down in the comments. In another video of an alleged haunted house, Sylvia C. from England says that she's been dealing with aggressive poltergeist activity ever since she played around with a Ouija board.
Oh yeah,
Hi
don't fuck
guys,
around with them.
I've just put the camera on this
If you don't
part
do
of
them
activity
properly, you
tonight
could
in
get
the
something bad in your
kitchen.
house.
Keeps banging that cupboard door.
Really?
It just happens all the time. Don't know what to do.
Sylvia says that the house she lives in was built on top of an old British coal mine. She now fears that whatever dark spirit she unleashed during her Ouija board session might be trying to harm her.
That plate's moving. That plate. I'm scared to go in the kitchen in case it comes out. It's me. Can you see that? That plate is moving. Oh my god.
Oh, hello. Angie
Just broke
ghost.
that plate.
Oh, it broke. Oh, that's such a pretty plate. Oh,
Oh my god, guys.
poor plate.
Just put it in the kitchen. Why did you do that?
As the strange activity only seems to intensify, Sylvia starts to set up static cameras around her house.
Ah! they're like, screw this place. Oh, that entire thing moves? Oh, what? Oh, that's a dish. That's a what? There's a laundry machine.
The kitchen cabinet slams
like
shut with
my
such
laundry.
force that it appears to
I
shake
like
the
my laundry
entire
machines
kitchen.
in my kitchens.
Another night, and the terrifying activity starts up again. Sylvia understandably starts to freak out just a bit.
Exactly.
Guys, I heard things happening in the kitchen again. That cutlery's moving.
saw that.
The knives
That
are
tin was
swinging.
moving.
The knives are swinging. Get out of there. They're gonna throw a knife at you.
Oh my god, that one just moved. Put it in the kitchen. Why are you moving things again?
Ah!
I better get out.
Spooky!
Please
Everything's
don't
moving.
move it. Cut them. Please don't throw a knife.
Oh, it's gonna throw a knife at you now.
Oh my god. It's just shut that
Look,
door.
it just shut the laundry door. Not doing laundry.
Put it in the kitchen. What? Oh no, guys, let's just move that chair.
Oh no. Yo, you can't take it? Oh, well, then burn your house down.
But nothing prepares Sylvia for what happens next.
What is that?
Cutlery's moving.
That's a cutlery? What? Who hangs their cutlery like that? Oh, he's angry. Whoa! Whoa!
Oh my god.
A sharp knife flies from the countertop and lands very near her feet. Sylvia says that she is now worried for her safety. She is currently trying to move to a new home. You can watch even more creepy videos of the terrifying activity in Sylvia's home over on her YouTube channel, Sylvia C. This next creepy video was sent in to me by a Nukes Top 5 viewer. However, the source of the mysterious footage is unknown. So the story goes that the residents of a house are being tormented by terrifying poltergeist activity. In an attempt to capture proof of the strange events, they leave a camera running overnight. What they catch on camera is absolutely terrifying.
I'm Miriam. I live in Chartwell. People say to me, I would never live in a retirement home. I said, you're very much mistaken because that's...
Yeah, to the scariest part. This looks like some ritual setup shit. Oh. Whoa. Oh, that's a door.
I probably don't need to ask, but did you see it? Objects on the table appear to be moving on their own and a light slowly bends over. But then, for just a split second, some bizarre dark shape appears to be standing at the table. The figure only appears for 2 frames of video and then seems to become translucent before disappearing completely. A few seconds later, and the figure can be seen again, this time in the kitchen. Now, I'm certainly not saying that this is 100% real paranormal footage, and without the original source, we'll never know. But it's definitely very creepy. The Devil's Backbone. YouTuber Luis Manuel Mote from the YouTube channel Terror al Extremo travels to El Espinazo del Diablo, which translates to the Devil's Backbone. The road is one of the most dangerous highways in Mexico. The motorway is infamous for its treacherous curves, sudden ravines, and steep climbs and drops between mountains. Undeniably, the road has seen its fair share of tragic accidents, and the highway is believed to be very haunted. Luis is joined by his friend and cameraman Odin as they explore several abandoned buildings on the Devil's Road. Soon after they arrive, Luis begins to explain to the audience where they are. Little do the 2 men know that they have already captured something very strange.
Ok, pues ya estamos aquí dentro de este lugar. Vamos a ver, ¿no? Es que de verdad sí estoy sugestionado. Venimos con un poco de miedo. Pero bueno, vamos a ver qué encontramos en este lugar. ¿Se presenta detrás de cámaras?
Su amigo Dean, familia.
Y su amigo y servidor, Luis Manuel.
Su amigo Dean, familia.
Y su amigo y servidor,
A pale figure can be seen walking in the distance, barely visible on camera. Now it should be noted the 2 friends are in a remote area, far away from any cities or towns, which makes this capture even more bizarre. As they begin their exploration and walk through one of the abandoned structures, the two are spooked by something they can't explain.
Want to get your products discovered on social media?
Yeah, they
Go to
can't explain
Shopify.com and
ads.
start your 14-day free trial. Create an online...
Be scared, everyone. Be scared, ads! Ah!
Paso. Uy, fue atrásito de nosotros. Patearon algo, ¿no? Sí. Pero no había nada. Solamente esta lata. No inventes, ya me saqué de onda, ¿eh? Es que allá arriba no hay ni para dónde se echen a correr. Si es que hay vivos aquí. Mira, hay una casita ahí abajo. Yo creo que ha de ser baño.
Sounded like an owl.
No inventes, Odín. Mira, hay una casita ahí abajo. Yo creo que ha de ser baño. No inventes, Odín.
Push. Come on. Open that door. Oh. You can't open that door. Oh, there you go. Push.
Pero, güey, no hay nada aquí.
A can falls on its own, and soon after, an eerie moan can be heard just before a door slams shut. Luis and Odin begin to get the feeling that they're not alone, and someone or something is following them. Their suspicions are soon confirmed when they witness something with their own eyes.
And
then it was time.
Something chilling.
What is it?
¿No será de arriba de los árboles? ¿Qué soy yo de ese lado? Por arriba. ¿Alguien se oyó por atrás? ¿Qué será? No sé. Hay algo en el árbol, ¿ya viste? Alúmbrale, alúmbrale, sí. Al 100. ¿Ya lo viste? Luis. ¿Sí lo agarraste? Alcancé a verlo, pero se fue por ahí.
Another moan can be heard coming from somewhere out of the darkness. Then they both see a pale figure walking in the distance near the ruins of some abandoned structures. When they explore the area, they find nothing and no one. So did Luis and Odin capture the paranormal activity that people claim has been haunting the Devil's Backbone Highway? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can watch this full investigation and many more creepy videos over on the YouTube channel, Terror al Extremo. Thanks for watching. By the way, there's a video that some of you might not have seen because it was taken down for a bit over a week because of a weird copyright thing. But the copyright thing is all worked out now and the video's back up. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. Or if you have seen it, I don't know, maybe watch it again? I mean, it's a pretty good one. But if not, that's okay. Anyway, here's my Instagram, my Twitter, and my TikTok. And I'll see you next week.
brought you a better way to
Get out of here, Ed.
And now we're bringing you a better way to whiten.
Top 5 ghosts caught on camera. Don't wake the baby. Italian YouTubers Paolo, Debbie, and Simona from the YouTube channel PIT, Paranormal Investigation Team, were contacted by one of their viewers about a spooky local legend in a dark forest. The legend says that there's a certain tree in the woods, and underneath it sits an old abandoned stroller. Then, above the stroller, there's a bell attached to one of the tree's branches. Locals believe that in the stroller rests the spirit of a baby who tragically passed away under mysterious circumstances many years ago. Furthermore, it's believed that if anyone nearby makes too much noise, the spirit of the baby wakes up and the bell in the tree starts to ring. But even more ominous, it is said that when the bell rings, an evil entity comes to protect the spirit of the infant, and this entity will attack whoever disturbed the child. The PIT Paranormal Investigation Team travel to the mysterious forest and wait until nightfall.
Don't take me there.
They search through the woods and eventually find the tree and the stroller. They put an EMF detector inside and just wait.
No, ma neanche a me va zero. Mamma mia. Raga, brilla! Raga, sta brillando! Sta brillando! Sta brillando! Sta brillando! Oh, la campana! La campana! Ma non si sta muovendo più di tanto, eh? Io ero lì, Io ero lì. Io ero lì, quindi adesso?
Non si sta muovendo.
Ma poco. Ma rumore l'ha fatto,
Ti prego, dimmi che è stato il vento. Dimmi.
Non lo so. Ha suonato.
Ha suonato dopo che ha brillato l'M1.
Quindi adesso?
E quindi che ne so adesso? Paolo.
Non mi piace. No.
Quindi adesso in teoria, se è giusta la leggenda, sta arrivando qualcosa.
Sì. Esatto.
The bell rings, which according to the legend means that the baby has been disturbed and that the evil entity is coming for them. Both Debbie and Simone are more than a little freaked out and already feel surrounded by something that is lurking in the woods. But Paolo wants to see more. He grabs the stroller and starts to threaten the entity, yelling aloud that he will take the baby away. What happens next is downright chilling.
Get out of here. Ah! Sorry, I got scared by the Sorry, the edge
Poi non
is
so
too
se è
scary.
suggestione, raga.
Camera inside your phone.
Io mi sento tirare la carrozzina.
Che senso ti senti tirare la carrozzina?
Come se dall'altra parte ci fosse qualcun altro che come se me la stesse togliendo dalle mani. Me la sta spingendo.
Mollala. Io dalla termica non vedo assolutamente niente. Per dirtelo. Mollala. Io dalla termica non vedo niente di strano, raga.
Oh, guarda! Si muove!
Paolo, te l'ho detto! Paolo, l'hai provocata, vedi?
Ha funzionato! Ok, è qua, ok.
Paolo explains that he feels like someone is trying to push the stroller away from him. When he lets go, the stroller eerily just moves on its own. The team no longer believes that they're alone in the woods, and they hear the unexplained sound of running footsteps all around them.
Oh, cos'è laggiù? Raga!
I get out of there.
Raga! Vi giuro l'ho vista passare. Ho visto passare qualcosa. Raga, l'ho filmato, sono quasi sicuro. Ho stretto la torcia. Raga, è passata una persona laggiù. È passato qualcosa laggiù. Non un animale.
The creepy figure of what appears to be a woman can be seen quickly running through the dark
Oh,
woods.
it's that
Could this be the evil entity that is said to come when the bell rings? Is it possible that this female spirit could be protecting the long-abandoned spirit of the child in the stroller? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. PIT Paranormal Investigation Team is now releasing their investigations in both English and Italian.
I don't know if this is real, but if you're loud, the baby's gonna wake up.
So you can watch this full 3-part series in English or Italian over on their YouTube channel. The Nightly Visitor. Chris Kolkman from the Netherlands recently reached out to me through email, explaining that his family has been experiencing some very strange activity in their house. Chris says that his 5-year-old son has been having terrible trouble falling asleep ever since the little boy's grandmother passed away. The 5-year-old would wake up in the middle of the night, making the typical claim of any frightened child, that there was, quote, something scary in his room. The boy repeated this multiple nights until finally Chris decided to buy a motion detection camera to prove to the child once and for all that there was simply nothing there. But instead, the camera captures something downright creepy.
Doesn't it always?
Now obviously because of the potato quality of the camera, it's hard to tell exactly what is going on here. All that we can make out is a strange dark shape that seems to move and disappear along the side of the boy's bed. Now, after reviewing the footage and seeing this bizarre incident, Chris decides to buy a new, higher quality camera. And sure enough, the camera captures something.
An ad!
Trimming your balls? Always use the right job.
Manscaped is the only men's brand.
No. That's the first time I've gotten one.
Another unexplained dark shape seems to move right next to the boy as he sleeps. It almost looks like the translucent shape touches the boy's hand, and the child even seems to react to the touch in his sleep. Another night, and Chris is laying in bed with his son to comfort him, waiting until the boy falls asleep so that he can sneak out of the room. But then, this happens.
Good luck. What you gonna do? Is that a giant watch clock? That's cool. Oh. 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 I love that Spider-Man shoe.
Ik sliep wel, maar toen opeens...
Ja, mama liep wat vallen, schat.
Oh,
Mom dropped
Doet dat
something.
hier?
ja. Stoute boekje van...
Books sitting on top of a shelf suddenly get tipped over and fall hard onto the floor. Chris and his son wake up and the boy's mother quickly hurries into the room to see if the two are okay. Both Chris and his wife have no idea what just happened. So are Chris and his family haunted by an invisible entity that only his son can see? And if not, then just what is this? Let me know what you think. If you see a video that you think would be perfect for the top 5, or if you have a ghost hunting channel and you caught something great, contact me at nukestop5@gmail.com. Aldo sees something. Indian YouTuber Robbie from the YouTube channel Biryani Man and his friends set out to explore an abandoned house in Madras, India. The 4 friends don't know much about the house other than that the building was abandoned because the property is said to be extremely haunted. Once inside, they find something very disturbing.
என்னடா கயிறா கயிறு ஏன்டா டென்ஷன் ஆறீங்க காலி ரூம்ல கயிறு இருக்குடா நான் ஒண்ணும் இல்ல
That
This is a share, and you don't need any of these to make money from the
No.
stock market. And in fact, if you click...
No, I don't care.
Team member Vicky is a bit upset by an old rope hanging from the ceiling inside one of the rooms. But the other guys don't really seem to think much of it. But then, YouTuber Robbie sees something shocking right behind him.
Hello, open this door. இங்க ஒரு டோர் இருக்கு. இந்த டோர் ஓபன் பண்ண போறோம். Aldo, வேலை செய்யுதா? ஓபன் ஆகுதா?
Come on.
மேல பாரு.
Push that door.
நம்ம ஓபன் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க டைம்ல நம்ம விக்கி கிட்ட கேட்போம்.
Push it.
விக்கி. வாங்க.
Push it harder.
Someone or something seems to walk from left to right behind the unsuspecting group. When they check out the area, there's just no one there. The four friends decide to take a quick break outside the house to gather their thoughts. And that's when things get truly bizarre.
நான் சத்தியமா பார்த்தேன். இருக்குடா அந்த கேப்ல நின்னுட்டு இருந்துச்சு. சத்தியமா பார்த்தேன். சத்தியமா அது உருவம் தானா இல்ல வேற ஏதாவது ரேண்டமா நான் வீட்டுக்கு வந்து காட்றேன்டா.
Again, a dark figure can be seen, this time from one of the upstairs windows. The guys go back inside to check it out, and it did not go well.
அங்க நின்னுட்டு இருந்தா போயிடலாம் ரூபி. டார்ஸ்டா. அங்கதான் ஒரு உருவத்தை போயிடலாம்.
That was a quick cut to the motorcycles.
Aldo.
Damn.
சத்தியமா அங்க ஒரு உருவத்தை பார்த்து ரவி. அந்த ரூம்ல இருந்துச்சு ரவி. ஏதோ ஒன்று இருந்து ஜன்னல் வழியா உங்களை தான் பார்த்துட்டு இருந்துச்சு ரவி. பார்த்தேன். சத்தியமா இருந்துச்சு ரவி. அப்படிலாம் எதுவும் இருக்காதுடா. இருந்துச்சு ரவி. விளையாடாதீங்க ரவி. நான் பார்த்தேங்கிறல. சரி வா அப்பலாம் வீடு போலாம்.
Now, to be clear, I am in no way saying that what the guys have captured is anything paranormal. It could simply be a squatter or a homeless person in the building. I just don't know. But what I do know is that team member Aldo seems genuinely terrified of what he's seen.
He's like,
inside the building, he claims he saw a horrifying figure. And he even starts to cry out of fright. Just as Aldo is explaining what he's witnessed, the team is shaken up by a loud bang, and they all run to their scooters and just get out of there. Shortly after, they stop to check on Aldo. Poor Aldo is still in tears, and they decide to just end the video and go home. So what do you think Aldo saw that terrified him this much? Is it all real? Is it all just a hoax? But if it is a hoax, Aldo either wasn't in on it, or he's one of the best actors ever. Because those are real tears.
Those are
anyway,
real.
as always, you decide. The curse. From the time it was built in the 1960s, the Okago Onsen Inn in Tajimi City, Japan, was met with terrible misfortune. Some believe that the land the inn was built on was cursed from the beginning by a dark spirit. Local legend claims that a woman passed away under horrible circumstances on the property in the mid-1600s, and that she still haunts the property grounds. So, cut to the 1970s, and there is a severe food poisoning incident at the Okago Onsen Inn that absolutely ruins the reputation of the popular hotel. Even worse, soon after this, not one but two fires destroy large parts of the building and end several lives. The Okago Onsen Inn was closed down for good. Locals say that the devastating events left the inn's owner in complete financial ruin. In hopelessness and despair, he ended his own life by jumping from the inn's roof. Today, the inn has been abandoned for 40 years, and the building is buried in overgrown weeds and vegetation. Rumors spread that the location is cursed, and that anyone who enters the inn will suffer a horrible fate. Those few who have dared to enter the inn claim that they have seen and heard the spirit of the woman who curses the hotel. They also say that they have seen the apparition of what is believed to be the inn's former owner, who jumped from the roof. So, Japanese paranormal investigators Tomo and Hiro from the YouTube channel Omagatoki Film have heard the terrifying ghost stories and are ready to investigate the allegedly haunted inn. Together with their anonymous cameraman who goes by the name T, they start their investigation of the creepy building. Tomo and Hiro decide to take photos of each other inside the second floor's restroom, which is said to be one of the most active paranormal spots in the entire building. Things quickly take a very eerie turn.
Oh, there we go.
Need to send money internationally? Download the Western Union app. Available 20.
I'm genuinely looking for something.
こっち見てるように見えるね。見える。確かに見える。本当だ。こっち見てるように見えるね。本当だ。ありえないよね、でも角度的に。ありえない。ここに反射したの？そうだよ。いや。こっち見てない？普通に。見てる。いや、見てるよ。見てるよね。見てる。だってさ、これだって目がさ、白目じゃん？黒目でしょ？そう、黒目。しかもなんか睨んでるみたいな。これどう反射したらこうなる？ならんよな。これ普通だね。こっちは普通だ。普通ってそう、ほぼ映ってない。あれこっちは俺逆にこっち見てんだな。本当だ。あれどういうおかしくね？おかしくね？見てこれは普通にまっすぐ見てる。見てるね。確かに。カメラ目線だもん。完全にカメラ目線。
Nothing out of the ordinary can be seen in Tomo's pictures, but when it's Hiro's turn, they discover that in one of the photos, the reflection of his face seems to be staring straight at the camera. The team is a little freaked out, but they shrug it off and decide to head up to the rooftop of the abandoned inn. The rooftop is barely recognizable as it's completely covered in dirt and weeds after being abandoned for 40 years. It is said that the owner of the inn jumped from this rooftop, taking his own life. While exploring, cameraman T gets spooked by something.
おそらくここは飛び降りをした人が当時いたみたいで、多分それが原因で、なんか噂が。女の人の声聞こえた。これ？聞こえた？全然わからなくて。マジで？普通に笑い声聞こえた。マジで？聞こえた？全然聞こえない。なんで？うざくね？ ここで？ここ？
He got spooked by an ad. He got spooked by an ad.
Cameraman T is frightened as he claims he heard the voice of a strange woman whispering in his ear and dropped his camera in fear. Later, the three team members watch the footage back that he recorded. They are shocked by what they find. Did you see it? Right after the camera falls, an upside-down face can be seen staring right back at the camera. Could it be that this is the face of the owner who took his own life on that very same rooftop? Or is it the woman's voice who cameraman T heard right before he dropped his camera? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. You can watch this full terrifying investigation over on the YouTube channel Omega Toki Film. Meanwhile, on TikTok. TikTok user Nina Enton shared a creepy video of her nephew, Emmy, on her TikTok page. In the video, the boy discovers the hidden nanny cam that's carefully placed in his bedroom to keep a safe eye on him. But what happens next is downright chilling.
Where's Mama? Ask her Mama. Oh, sorry.
The terrifying face of what appears to be an elderly woman can be seen staring at the camera. Nina claims her nephew was alone in his room at the time of this recording. Now, fake or not, when I first saw this video, it freaked me out. So, either way, the video is definitely very creepy. But as for whether it's real or fake,
oh my God,
as always, you decide. In another video, TikTok user 17275C claims that he bought a haunted ring and that ever since he brought it home, strange things have started happening around his house.
I heard some noise down here, not the washing machine, but some like weird thumping, and this thing was rocking back and forth when I came down here.
Doors started shaking. Unexplained voices can be heard at night, and a rocking chair suddenly started rocking back and forth all on its own. TikTok user 17275C shares his experiences on a regular basis on his TikTok page. One night, he films as he starts to feel sick from the paranormal activity around his house. Later, TikTok viewers are shocked when they see something in the video that he did not see. Something truly bizarre.
I'm going to go and my car for tonight. I'm not feeling good. I'm actually starting to get...
Did you see it? TikTok user 17275C is completely unaware that the dark silhouette of someone or something can be seen standing right behind him in a room. He explains in another video that he had no idea what was with him in his house, and that since this incident, he has been staying with a friend, too scared to return to his home. So is it real? Or is it all just an elaborate TikTok hoax? You decide. Thanks for watching. Follow me on Instagram here, Twitter here, or hey, look at that, it's a TikTok.
Hey!
Anyway, hopefully I'll see you next week.
Alright, let's see here. Let's see, I know Ender suggested that we do. Let's look up, let's see what we can find for SCPs.
Smile Direct Club brought you a better way to straighten. And now we're bringing...
Get out of here, Ed. SCP I know there's one that I really, really like. That I can't remember what it is. Spooky. We're gonna watch SCP animation today. Try to find one. There was one that I really, really liked that I want to see. What the?
All right, Venkat. We're situated in the air.
I think it is. That's okay. SCP.
Noted. Venkat, be advised that Bravo has a...
Yeah, there it is. This is your end. Okay, good night, Hook. Thank you for coming by. Have a good night.
Dr. Krishnamurthy says, Manaba, I was wrong. God save me. It's not. SCP-3000 strikes and quickly consumes Krishnamurthy. 3000 disappears into the darkness and is no longer visible on exterior cameras. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today we bring you a SCP Foundation Thayumel class object, SCP-3000. SCP-3000, also known as a Anatasesha, is a massive aquatic serpentine entity strongly resembling a giant moray eel. Its size is impossible to determine, but it is estimated to be roughly between 600 to 900 kilometers in length. Its head measures roughly 2.5 meters in diameter, and sections of the body proper are as large as 10 meters in diameter. 3000 is carnivorous and typically a sedentary creature, only moving its head in response to certain stimuli or during feeding. Despite its sedentary nature, 3000 is capable of moving quickly to dispatch prey. However, it doesn't actually need nutrients to maintain its biological function, though its size is huge. It is unknown exactly what happened to the prey it consumes, but during feeding, 3000 excretes through its skin, a thin layer of a viscous, dark gray substance classified as Y909. The Y909 compound is a critical component in several modern and experimental amnestic compounds. SCP-3000 is a Class 8 cognitohazardous entity. Direct observation of 3000 may cause several mental alterations. The observer will experience inexplicable head pain, paranoia, general fear and panic, and memory loss or alteration. According to a log from Site-151's historical records, written by Dr. Eugene Getz, during the initial discovery of SCP-3000, an unease was felt throughout the entire crew. A biologist of the Foundation named William felt the most ill. He began sweating profusely and acted more and more erratically, at one point expressing uncertainty as to the task he was assigned to handle. When the crew finally came into contact with 3000, William began whimpering and had to be sedated. He muttered the word "no" over and over again, as if in disbelief. He went silent after a while as the crew approached 3000's head. Something had gone from William's eyes. Moments after they observed the head of SCP-3000, several other crew members complained of feeling hazy and of being uncertain what they were supposed to be doing. Captain Ritter wrote it off as nitrogen intoxication and forced them to continue approaching 3000. When the crews were 50 meters away from 3000, it turned slowly to look at them. At that moment, William began screaming and flailing, shouting about how he could see it in his head. Other Foundation personnel tried to restrain him, but he got free and smashed his face against one of the portholes. He hit it so hard, he cracked the inner layer of glass. The damage was bad enough that the crew had to surface and try to give William medical attention. But he was too far gone at that point. Despite the trauma, he still spoke briefly as he lay dying. He said, "There's nothing. By the time they had reached the surface several hours later, William was dead. In the log, Dr. Eugene Getz wrote that even now, he can still see the eyes of SCP-3000.
Get out of here, Ed!
Despite this incident, a diving expedition was ordered to personally assess the creature and investigate the source of the thick, gray fluid that had been observed floating around its head. The dive team was composed of 3 members of mobile task forces, Kingfishers. All divers were equipped with high-pressure suits as well as front-facing headlamps. The water was dark and cold. They were in position about 500 meters from the head of SCP-3000. Moments after being in the water, the team leader told the command station that they seemed to have some confusion over their call sign, and they were not sure where they were going. They felt an awful headache, like something's needling in their brain. Regardless, command told the team to continue towards 3000, but all the divers were completely confused about where they were. As they continued approaching, one of the divers began to utter ominous phrases concerning oblivion and dark eyes. Just at that moment, command detected 3000 moving rapidly towards the divers, and their radios went silent. After 33 seconds of silence, one of the divers finally answered to the radio. According to the log, the leader of the team said 3000 opened its mouth, and suddenly there was the sound of a struggle through the other 2 radios. Only one of them remains. The other 2 have been eaten by 3000. The one remained not being eaten claimed that it's extremely difficult to form thoughts while near 3000. He said that the fluid was seeping through the skin around its head, about a meter back. Just looking at the stuff is making him feel like the room is spinning. He feels nauseous, and his head isn't working right. He went to retrieve a sample and attached it to one of those little balloons and let it float up so command will be able to get it later. After that, he claimed that he knows he is dying, and told the command station not to send anyone else out there. It is so dark. Command continued to attempt to communicate with 09 Bravo, but Bravo grew increasingly unintelligible, before eventually going completely silent. Bravo's radio stayed active over the next 3 days, and intermittent breathing could be heard, until the radio ceased functioning. In the beginning, we have mentioned that SCP-3000 is a Thaumiel-class entity. Thaumiel-class SCPs are anomalies that the Foundation specifically uses to contain other SCPs. Even the mere existence of the Thaumiel-class objects is classified at the highest level of the Foundation, and their locations, functions, and current status are known to few Foundation personnel outside of the O5 Council. So, how can a giant moray eel that messes up your head helps the SCP Foundation in their operations? The answer is in the dark gray substance classified as Y909. SCP Foundation uses a large number of amnestic during their work. It is vital for keeping the secrecy of the Foundation. The inclusion of the Y909 compound has shown a marked increase in the stability and long-term effectiveness of the Foundation's amnestics.
Desjardins agents can help you switch and save up to 35% on home insurance when you bundle with auto. Start by...
Overall, amnestics utilizing Y909 break down 78% slower than their standard counterparts in cold storage, and 52% slower than their standard counterparts at room temperature. Additionally, individuals administered an amnestic regimen utilizing Y909 show a marked increase in suggestibility, memory clearance, and a significant decrease in additional side effects. Individuals treated with these amnestics express significantly fewer intrusive memories as those without Y909, with some individuals exposed to experimental compounds expressing no intrusive memories whatsoever, even at the 5 and 10-year marks. Due to the effectiveness of these treatments with the addition of Y909, the continued inclusion of the compound is essential to modern Foundation amnestic application. The SCP Foundation has completely relied on the Y909 compound with no means to synthetically reproduce it. Hence, the ATZAC protocol has been developed. This protocol dictates the way the Y909 compound is collected off of SCP-3000 and the way personnel are to interact with 3000. According to the brief framework of the procedure documented, one individual D-class subject is to be administered a sedative and equipped with a high-pressure diving suit. The subject is then to be tethered to a remotely operated underwater vehicle, ROV, within the aft airlock. The airlock is to be flooded, and the subject is to be towed by the ROV towards the feeding site. Upon reaching the feeding site, the ROV is to disconnect its tether, leave the subject there, and return to the Foundation submarine, named SCPF Aramida. Throughout this stage, SCPF Aramida should monitor SCP-3000's position and adjust course if the entity begins to move away from the feeding site. Mission Command will provide additional instructions during this phase if necessary. During the feeding session, no personnel are permitted to leave the Aramida without authorization from the Mission Command. At a point after the total consumption of prey, SCP-3000 will begin to excrete Y909 near the foremost section of its body. Specialized teams of deep-sea divers are to exit the SCPF Aramida through the aft airlock and approach SCP-3000. Collection of Y909 must take place during SCP-3000's digestive period, which is currently believed to be roughly 2.5 hours after consumption of prey. Teams must return to launch craft before the end of this period. During this period, the typical effects of SCP-3000 are less severe, though Command should continue to monitor these teams for damage to their cognition. After the collection of Y909, personnel are to transfer the collected substance to secure containers before returning to the surface. The mission administrator on board the Aramida is to monitor the substance throughout transport. The following report concerns 2 doctors: the Foundation's Level 3 researcher, Dr. Krish Namorthy, and a staff clinical psychologist, Dr. Manava. Dr. Manava was assigned to interview Dr. Krishnamurthy after he attempted to exit out the Aramida's aft airlock without diving equipment. Dr. Krishnamurthy begins discussing how he feels disconnected from his mind and tired from trying to keep it together. He's forgetting things, having other people's dreams, and faces he doesn't recognize, places he has never been. Clearly, his proximity to 3000 is greatly affecting him. At this point, Dr. Krishnamurthy couldn't remember his mother's voice, but he recalls that she told him about a god called Anatasesha, the king of serpents that lies beneath the god Vishnu in the cosmos. When the light of the universe had gone out, all that would be left is Anatasesha. Dr. Krishnamurthy believes that SCP-3000 is Anastasia. He says in the interview with Dr. Manava, I believe that SCP-3000 is Anastasia. I believe that this aberration, this treachery against cognition, is the result of us being in the presence of a god. Not just a god, but a god who exists across all time, all at once, and even beyond. Maybe some part of the nothingness beyond the edge of time is part of Anastasia as well. After 2 days of containment, orders were received to lift the hold order on Dr. Krishnamurthy in accordance to the terms of the ATSAC protocol. 3 hours after Dr. Krishnamurthy was released from his holding cell, the following incident took place. Dr. Krishnamurthy stands near the entrance to the Aramida's aft airlock while weeping and prepares to open the airlock door. Interior airlock camera captures Dr. Krishnamurthy staring at the exterior airlock door for a full 2 minutes, not moving an inch. After 2 minutes, he collapses on the ground. As 3000 slowly approaches the submarine, Dr. Krishnamurthy puts on a high-pressure deep-sea diving suit, and then moves towards exterior door controls, and then exits the Aramida's aft airlock. SCP-3000 slowly appears out of the darkness, reaches Dr. Krishnamurthy, and its mouth begins to open. Aramida sounds horns, but neither SCP-3000 nor subject appear to notice. 3000 moves to just above Dr. Krishnamurthy. He appears to look up into the now fully expanded jaw of 3000. Dr. Krishnamurthy says, Manava, I was wrong. God save me. It's not. SCP-3000 strikes and quickly consumes Krishnamurthy. 3000 disappears into the darkness and is no longer visible on exterior cameras. Rescue crews are recalled. The crew begins to initiate ATSAC protocol. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you. You can now send us your fan art, and we will be more than happy to show off your best art piece in our next video. Check out our description below on how to submit. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Which SCP do you want to see in the next video, and why it is interesting? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
What? I am looking at chat. What do you mean? Thanks. Thank you. This one's your favorite? This is your favorite one? Alright. Let's see. Turn that back on.
Help plan for the future. Complete your census online today.
Viewer discretion is advised. When information concerning SCP-076 was brought to the attention of SCP-073 for backing up, 073 showed familiarity with the information and was disinclined to adding to it. It then stated that it is best not to meet with SCP-076 out of consideration for all parties involved. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Keter Class Object SCP-073. SCP-073, also known as Cain, appears to be a heavily tanned male of Arabic or Middle Eastern descent in his early 30s, 6'1" tall and 75 kilograms, with black hair and blue eyes. Arms, legs, spinal cord, and shoulder blades of 073 appear to have been replaced with artificial versions of unknown make and metal. 073 only takes notice of this when it is pointed out, and states that it has no knowledge of how, why, or when these replacements took place, stating it had had them as long as it could remember. Examination of the unidentified metal on SCP-073 has suggested that it is beryllium bronze, a metal that has been documented as being utilized by various anomalous cultures and entities. In light of this discovery, the Foundation began working in an attempt to trace the origin of beryllium bronze and how it initially spread throughout the world. When prompted, SCP-073 was able to provide information suggests that beryllium bronze originated in the Middle East, though the exact point of origin has yet to be determined. Further research into the origin of beryllium bronze is currently ongoing. There is also a symbol engraved into the forehead of 073, which appears to be of Sumerian origin. Symbol has of yet been untranslated, and 073 appears distressed when the symbol is mentioned at all, refusing to speak on it. 073 does need to eat and drink on a regular basis, but is strictly carnivorous, owing to its effect on plant-based items. 073 is generally polite and genial to all who speak to it, though it has been described as cold and somewhat mechanical in its speech. 073 is extremely helpful and enjoys aiding personnel in their daily actions, whatever they may be. It has highly detailed knowledge of ancient to recent events in history, and most commonly spoken languages in the world, including ones that have since died out. 073 has professed to have a photographic memory, remembering word for word all text in an 800-page dictionary that was flipped through in a minute and a half. It has scored above average in all intelligence tests given to it.
This
What is Peter? Looking for Peter? 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 He's coming to the...
SCP-073's presence is inimical to all life grown in soil, causing death to any life within a 20-meter radius. Any land 073 has walked on, and any within the 20-meter radius becomes barren, as all anaerobic bacteria dies, rendering the soil incapable of supporting life, until new bacteria are introduced. Anything that is derived from soil-grown life, such as wood and paper, immediately rots and disintegrates upon touch of 073.
That was a lot of hard
Further
work on
affected derivatives include anything hydroponically grown. Any damages directly towards 073 will reflect directly back onto the attacker. Although 073 visibly remains
punch
unharmed,
it, you get punched back.
attempts to get tissue and blood samples have proven futile. When the procedure was initiated, personnel carrying out the action felt the sensation of whatever was applied to 073 and wound up with a sample of their own blood or tissue, despite the fact that all actions were directed solely at 073. Indirect damage through a medium also results in the person perpetrating the action receiving the wounds caused. Although 073 receives no actual harm from damage to its person, it is stated that it still feels the pain of the action and has politely asked researchers to abstain from overly harmful actions to its person. In light of SCP-073's indestructible nature, photographic memory, and general will to please, High Command have deemed that all information is to be backed up on 073, ensuring it is not lost in the event of a catastrophe. While this action has been met with mixed responses, 073 has agreed and sworn itself to secrecy on its part. SCP-073 was first found by the SCP Foundation in the New York Police Department, having been taken in after 073 had been found amidst the bodies of several violent gang members. 073 told police members that the gang had attempted to make fun of it, but became angry, and attempted to kill 073, resulting in their own demise. 073 was incarcerated and was deemed a John Doe when NYPD could not find any information on it. 073 came to the attention of the Foundation through a routine inspection of John Does and was subsequently released into the Foundation's custody.
Skittles! Oh, yes! Good.
When information concerning SCP-076 was brought to the attention of SCP-073 for backing up, 073 showed familiarity with the information and was disinclined to adding to it. It then stated that it is best not to meet with SCP-076 out of consideration for all parties involved. SCP-076 consists of two components, a black speckled metamorphic stone referred as SCP-076-1 and a humanoid entity contained within, referred as SCP-076-2. 076-2 resembles a lean Semitic human male in his late 20s. For more information about SCP-076, check out this video. Rumor has it that 076-2 and 073 are based off the biblical characters Cain and Abel. In the biblical book of Genesis, Cain and Abel are the first two sons of Adam and Eve. Cain, the firstborn, was a farmer, and his brother Abel was a shepherd. The symbol engraved on 073's forehead is obviously the mark of Cain, and, at least according to the Bible, it makes the land barren around him. That is why all organic materials decompose when he is near. Although we're still not sure about their relationship, but we're definitely sure that 076-2 hates 073. Because upon sight of it, 076-2 became highly enraged and aggressive, killing several of the researchers. According to the Bible, Cain and Abel made sacrifices to Yahweh, the national God of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. Each of their own produce, but Yahweh favored Abel's sacrifice instead of Cain's. Cain then murdered Abel, whereupon Yahweh punished Cain by condemning him to a life of wandering. Cain then dwelt in the land of Nod, where he built a city and fathered the line of descendants beginning with Enoch. Hence, 076-2 seems to be reincarnated as a vengeful being. He just kills and kills, which seems like he is exacting revenge for being murdered by 073. Recently, a Grade 3 researcher, Dorothy Zhang from the Chinese branch, had proposed a plan to the Containment Area 25 administrator that can possibly contain SCP-076 more efficiently. Dorothy suggested to add amnestic equipment to the killing corridor inside SCP-076-2's containment measures, attempt to erase its memory about its death. The possible outcomes of the plan include a reduction in the state of anger and a reduction in the containment process. There was no foreseen injurious consequence, and the cost was within an acceptable range. Finally, the proposal was approved. After the procedure, 076-2 has forgotten. He quieted down and murmured with an unrecognizable language, wondering where he is. He stepped out of the corridor as the guards nervously watched him. An ancient Sumerian expert was soon sent to the scene to help communicate. He has forgotten. Staying in a standard humanoid containment room, 076-2 told the researchers that he wanted to go grazing. To satisfy his request, an indoor farm was soon built. They were still highly alert to 076-2, but he had a great time anyways. He asked the employees, who were dressed as biblical characters, of 073's trace. At first, they got away temporarily by telling him that 073 went to travel. Though he became much more persistent 2 months later, and even threatened the employees. More armed forces were arranged around 076-2's farm. They tried to come up with excuses that could be accepted by 076-2, but they have never thought of one. Soon, 076-2 realized that they were lying to him. He escaped from its containment room and finally met SCP-073. Surprisingly, there were no conflicts between 073 and 076-2. 073 apologized to 076-2, though 076-2 did not appear to comprehend what the apology was for. Since then, 073 was allowed to meet with 076-2 periodically. After this event, 076-2 was aging at the same speed as an ordinary human being, and was estimated to die in a few years. By then, Containment Area 25 should recover all special containment methods that were used to contain SCP-076. The current 076-2 remained its state of death for 10 years, in which no 076-2 has been produced from 076-1 since. 076-2 is now considered neutralized. SCP-073 is currently kept in Site-17, a 2-room cell furnished with all non-organic furniture and items, and a bathroom. 073 can freely wander the facility and eat in the main canteen. A tracking device has been attached to SCP-073's person and is not to be removed. It is disallowed any contact with the surface and is not allowed outside the facility. It is also not allowed to have any contact with plant-based SCPs under any circumstances. Violence is not to be used against 073 under any circumstances. Remember to check out my new animation channel, The Rubber Talks, where I share my life story, thoughts, and opinions. Just click on the link in the description to enter the Rubber's world.
Let's see, did you put that other one down here? Where is it? Oh, it's right there.
You started with yoga for beginners, but now you've moved into advanced
No,
versions.
get out of here, Ed!
Unlock your...
SCP-076-2 will enter a trance state and seek out the nearest human being. Upon coming into contact with living humans, he will enter a rage state in which it attempts to engage and kill all human beings encountered. To date, only his death has been shown to be effective in ending these rampages. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today we bring you a SCP Foundation Keter class object, SCP-076. SCP-076 consists of 2 components, a stone cube, SCP-076-1, and a humanoid entity contained within, SCP-076-2, also known as Abel. 076-1 is a 3-meter cube made of black speckled metamorphic stone. All surfaces outside and within 076-1 are covered in deeply engraved patterns corresponding to no known civilizations. Radioisotope analysis indicates that the object is approximately 10,000 years old. A door is located on one side, sealed with a lock 0.5 meters in width, surrounded by 20 smaller locks in a circular pattern. As of yet, none of the keys have been found, making the door impossible to lock once closed. Interior temperature is approximately negative 180 degrees Celsius and cannot be altered by any means, internal or external. Directly in the center of the room is a 2.13-meter tall stone coffin, held in place and sealed shut by several chains of unknown make and substance, which are attached to the inner corners of 076-1. SCP-076-2 resembles a lean, Semitic human male in his late 20s. Hair is black and eyes are gray, skin tone olive. He is 1.96 meters in height and 81.65 kilograms in weight. Numerous tattoos depicting arcane and occult iconography are present all over the body, mostly in the form of leering demonic faces, and ranges from subtle to openly ostentatious. When encased inside 076-1, he is technically dead. However, occasionally, 076-2 will awaken, effectively reanimating, complete with all vital processes needed to sustain a living human being. He will then attempt to leave 076-1. If successful, he will enter a trance state and seek out the nearest human being, ignoring all other living things in the process. Upon coming into contact with living humans, 076-2 will enter a rage state in which it attempts to engage and kill all human beings encountered. To date, only his death has been shown to be effective in ending these rampages. SCP-076 was found in Mongolia in the 19th century by archaeologists from England. All members of the expedition were subsequently killed on the return voyage home. 076 was recovered from the ship of an unknown organization and placed on display in their inner sanctum. 076 remained in storage for years, until 076-2 became active and escaped on his own. The reason for SCP-076's activation is currently unknown, but it was at this point that the keys to the outer shell were lost. A massive manhunt lasting over 3 years took place until 076-2 was incapacitated, killed, and reformed inside SCP-076-1. By then retrieved and secured by agents of the SCP Foundation. 076-2 was in custody for 3 more years, under constant supervision, and was terminated whenever it became active. Although it occasionally was able to escape for short periods of time, often due to security breaches caused by attacks from other organizations. SCP-076-2 either possesses a mind constructed much differently than our own or is completely insane. 076-2 has shown that he is completely disinterested in sex, barely differentiating between genders except as a form of visual identification. Also, 076-2 is a perfect sociopath that enjoys the act of killing, but causing pain, either emotionally or physically, holds no attraction to it.
Like, nah.
Intelligence tests have been wildly inconclusive when applied to 076-2, and no accurate result has yet been obtained. This is due to the fact that no communication is possible with 076-2 when he is in his rage state. However, 076-2 displays knowledge of several languages, including English, but most notable is its knowledge of several dialects of ancient Sumerian, which seem to be its preferred language. Considering SCP-076-2's proficient use of the Sumerian language, researchers have asked him to translate several documents. While he originally replied with disinterest, he has translated some of the documents it found worthy of its attention. Most of the documents chosen by 076-2 were regarding battles or legendary heroes, one of his favorites being the Epic of Gilgamesh. However, one researcher presented 076-2 with the symbol from SCP-073. Upon sight of this, 076-2 became highly enraged, killing several of the researchers before its kill switch could be activated. When questioned about this, 076-2 responded aggressively, and that line of questioning was immediately dropped. It is recommended anything pertaining to SCP-073 never be brought to the attention of SCP-076-2, and that the two are never to be in the same facility. Terminating 076-2 is often problematic due to its significant physical abilities. 076-2 has superhuman strength and speed, and although not invulnerable, he has shown a remarkable ability to ignore pain and shock, pressing on despite what would be debilitating wounds in normal humans. Prior encounters have shown that SCP-076-2 has the ability to rip through a reinforced steel security door over the course of 4 minutes of sustained assault. he could take multiple 50 caliber BMG rounds to the head and survive for several minutes to continue killing, despite severe damage to the cerebellum. He could also swat handgun and assault rifle caliber bullets out of the air with a length of steel rebar. Foundation's personnel have also seen him cleared over 64 meters of distance in under 3 seconds, and survived for over 1 hour deprived of oxygen before finally asphyxiating. SCP-076-2's most unusual ability, however, is his ability to apparently materialize bladed weapons out of nowhere. Slow-motion video footage reveals that the blades in question are actually pulled from a miniature dimensional rift described as a small hole in space. Where this portal led is unknown, as is how 076-2 can generate said rifts. Footage of the blades in question shows them to be made out of a completely non-reflective black material appearing as a black void in space. As the blades rapidly vanish after leaving the subject's possession, no structural analysis is possible at this time. However, having superhuman ability doesn't make him indestructible. 076-2 has effectively been killed several times in various manners, such as sustained fire from multiple heavy caliber machine guns, asphyxiation, crushed beneath a 13.6 metric ton piece of elevator equipment, and cremation through the use of a thermate TH-3 grenade placed directly inside SCP-076-2's open chest cavity. Upon death, 076-2's remains will putrefy rapidly until reduced to dust. 076-1 and the coffin within will then slam shut with great force, and the lock will rotate, sealing it shut. 076-2 will then reform within the coffin. This process takes anywhere from 6 hours to 25 years. 076-2 has nothing but contempt for human beings, with one exception. He seems to hold a wary respect for those it acknowledges as its superior. This was discovered when a Foundation's agent who had previously had a large amount of experience with 076-2 did not appear once it escaped. 076-2 seemed distressed, asking several personnel where the agent was hiding. When he knew that the agent was killed as collateral damage in an airstrike intended to halt the advance of another SCP entity, SCP-076-2 stopped its rampage and allowed itself to be escorted and restrained. When asked about the sudden drastic changes in his behavior, 076-2 replied, "Because unlike you, he was a challenge, a real enemy. He managed to shoot me in the head over several times. A man like that deserves to die in combat, not in some destruction ordered by cowardly kings and princes safe in their palaces. The rest of you disgust me. I don't even have the urge to strike you down." This indicates a possible psychological inlet into SCP-076-2's mind, and a possible control mechanism. Due to his high intelligence and physical abilities, he was put into an elite unit set up by the SCP Foundation, named Mobile Task Force, MTF Omega-7, nicknamed Pandora's Box, tasked with containing supernatural, alien, and other mysterious phenomena. 076-2 was the leader of this task force, and members of the team personally selected from elite field agents by 076-2 himself in order to maintain a smooth relationship between the artifact and the mundane elements of the task force. 076-2 must wear a device attached to the neck that, if triggered or tampered with, will immediately detonate, terminating 076-2 by way of complete destruction of the spinal cord, trachea, and all major blood vessels in the neck. A tracking device also has been attached to 076-2. It was to refrain from killing unless ordered to do so and to avoid causing damage to the organization's facilities. Team members must be armed and equipped in accordance with MTF doctrine, as 076-2 has shown no inclination to use firearms, or, in fact, no understanding of their use or tactical implications. He was instead to be armed with one or more edged melee weapons of his choice. In a Project Omega-7's report, SCP-105 had been accepted into Mobile Task Force Omega-7, having beaten 076-2 in a contest to see which of the two could activate several devices, each spaced over a mile away from each other and the starting point. SCP-105 managed to score significantly higher than 076-2 by using her inherent abilities to her advantage. 076-2 ceded defeat and allowed her entry into the group. Despite the Foundation's effort in keeping 076-2 busy with trainings and tasks, he was still not satisfied. He's a perfect killing machine, and that's all he wants to do. The problem is, Foundation can't seem to turn him off. He started to lash out at the other team members. He then disabled the explosive collar failsafe and gone out of control. Containment Area 25 was forced to detonate its on-site warhead as a last attempt to contain SCP-076-2. This resulted in destruction of the site and all on-site personnel.
Yes.
Personnel. SCP-076-2 is now kept in Containment Area 25B, located 200 meters below sea level, tunneled out of solid bedrock in a seismologically stable area. Sole access to the containment facility is to be through a vertical elevator shaft separated every 50 meters with a reinforced blast door constructed of 20-centimeter thick material shielding. Elevator shaft shall be flooded with seawater when not in use. Containment Area 25B is to be constructed with an outer security perimeter against outside threats, staffed by security personnel trained in close-quarters battle and counter-intrusion tactics. A primary containment zone is to be designed to be flooded and drained as needed, and should remain filled with seawater unless access to contents is required. Also, a 150-meter killing corridor, which is to be the sole access to the primary containment zone. A security station located at the entrance to the killing corridor is to be staffed with no fewer than 3 armed security personnel on watch at any one point in time. In the event of a full breach, all on-site staff are to proceed immediately to the closest security station for weapons and armor distribution. Staff will remain at Alert Condition 1 until SCP-076-2 is confirmed neutralized. Should 90 minutes pass after declaration of full breach without a stand-down order being given by Level 4 or higher personnel, final contingency measures will be activated, flooding the entire facility in seawater and sealing off the access shaft for a minimum of 24 hours before retrieval is attempted. This will, by necessity, result in the deaths of all on-site staff. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you. You can now send us your fan art, and we will be more than happy to
only a little bit underwater. Let's see. What's another good SCP? Hello, Daisy. The mannequin. Oh god. Yes. Just 1 second. There's a fox SCP. I didn't know this. I want to see this. Alright. Let's see. That's what. Oh, I almost spilled that. That was way too close. So I had no idea there was actually a fox SCP. Yeah, it's a polymorphic humanoid.
Viewer discretion is advised. Oh god.
Thank you
there
for
were
the
the
hydrate,
bowls,
by the way.
the ones we'd been eating out of. But the meat, it wasn't beef or pork, it was him. And the rice? Maggots, crawling in his flesh. He'd have to have been dead for days. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today we bring you SCP Foundation Heater Class Object SCP-953. SCP-953, also known as the polymorphic humanoid, is a female red fox with 9 tails. It displays polymorphic properties and enjoys taking the form of various other objects and beings, most commonly an attractive Korean female. The one weakness to its transformations is that it keeps at least one part of its true form when in human form. This allows it to be easily spotted in a group, just by searching for the one person with fox features, whether it is a tail, ears, paws, or something else. However, it will use clothing to try and hide these features. In addition to polymorphic abilities, 953 displays moderate-level psionic abilities, namely suggestion and telepathy. Although insufficient to fool an outside observer, a deceived victim can be convinced of a variety of false facts, including the nature of 953, its own nature, and the nature of things around it. 953 has used this in the past to deceive a police officer into believing there was no screaming coming from a hotel room where she was staying, convince a mother to roast and eat her own child, and also performing a disgusting necrophiliac acts towards the fiancé of Agent Ramsey. SCP-953 has been encountered by the SCP Foundation numerous times, with the first encounter having taken place in Busan, Korea, shortly after the Second World War. To date, 953 has escaped and been recovered 6 times, resulting in the deaths of many SCP agents during various incidents. After its latest escape, 953 was not heard from for over a few years, until suddenly resurfacing in Pennsylvania at YIFCON, which it had been attending in the guise of a Fury enthusiast. Before being captured, 953 carried out over an estimated 27 murders of convention staffs and attendees, more than any other single incident to date. The mutilated bodies were found in various places throughout the hotel, including inside a mattress, hanging from a shower curtain, and served as the main course at a hotel banquet.
Ew.
Surviving attendees were administered Class A amnestics and released from Foundation custody. Foundation personnel assigned to capture 953 after this latest incident noted that the subject appeared listless and apathetic and did not resist capture. No further casualties have resulted from 953 from that date.
Ad.
You just caught 24K Golden's new video. Keep watching even as you text about it. Don't miss a beat.
SCP-953 is to be kept in a 4 by 3 by 3 meter containment cell at the end of hallway 99 at Site 17. 953 is to be provided with 1.5 kilograms of fresh liver daily for consumption, clean drinking water in plentiful quantities, clean beddings to be exchanged by 953 and laundered weekly. Small luxury items like plum wine and reading materials may be provided as an occasional reward for good behavior as part of psychological conditioning. Direct human contact with SCP-953 is strictly forbidden due to SCP-953's mind-altering properties. For this reason, all personnel must stay outside the 100-meter safety zone when the sealed door is opened. Delivery of food and other items will be carried out by an automated robotic assistant. If containment fails, 953 can be theoretically terminated by gunfire. However, due to its nature, recognizing 953 may be difficult. Because of the inadequacy of purely physical containment procedures to control SCP-953, psychological containment is also necessary. For this reason, the approach to SCP-953's containment chamber is to be lined with open-cage dog kennels, preferably of the Korean Jindo, or American Foxhound breed. 953 displays an extreme phobia of domesticated canines, and will not pass within 10 meters of one, especially when canines are barking or alerted. She also hates it and tends to get agitated when she's referred to as kitsune, the Japanese word for fox, instead of a kumiho, which is instead a Korean nine-tailed fox. 953 is to be considered hostile to human life, dangerous, and armed at all times. Any transport must be done under the supervision of at least 6 armed personnel. Its preferred killing method is a bare-handed strike to the abdomen, penetrating the abdominal cavity and removing the liver, which it will later consume. If given time, however, it will choose to linger over its kill, torturing its victim, as it seems to enjoy the infliction of pain upon another sentient being. One of 953's most disgusting acts was when a Japanese agent, probably better known as Agent 3, and his 2 other teammates, hereby known as Agent 1 and Agent 2, were sent out to capture 953. Agent 3 was the only survivor of the incident, during which he accomplished the task of capturing 953 alive. The following is a transcript of the after-action debriefing that took place following SCP-953's securement.
An ad.
We got on site and went to the morgue, looked at the bodies. I used the cover story of a reporter investigating the crimes. Told them Agent 1 and Agent 2 were my photographer and assistant. Turns out they were thinking that it was a wild animal, based on the nature of the wounds and a little old lady's account. The old lady saw 953 eating her cow when she went out into the rice field. Then we saw this girl sitting under a waterfall, combing out her hair. She had this thin robe on. We knew it had to be 953 because of her feet. She was trying to hide them, but she wasn't doing it right. Agent 1 and Agent 2 smiled. Even I thought we had the edge on her. Oh God, we were stupid. She knew we were after her. She knew we knew what she was. She pretended to let her guard down just enough so that we could feel smug in our overconfidence. She told us that she had a cottage nearby, offered to serve us dinner, introduce us to the others. Agent 1 and Agent 2 thought we should go with her, said there was a chance there might be other victims. She took us to this cottage, a pretty little place, old and rustic, but really homey. She took us inside, served us dinner. Agent 1 calls her a perfect wife, demure, kind, sweet, and respectful. She served us rice and pickled turnips and some kind of meat. Then we went to bed feeling sleepy and tired. In the middle of the night, I woke up and saw that Agent 1 wasn't there. Figured he'd gone to take a pee or something, so I decided to go for one myself. I went behind a bush and saw, well, she was there with Agent 1, and they were kissing. Suddenly, she bit his tongue off, all of it, and then she spit it out and showed it to him, just so that he could see it happening. Agent 1 tried to scream, but she'd torn his throat out with her teeth. Then she stabbed her hand into his belly. Agent 1 was gurgling and trying to push her off. He was bleeding all over the place, but she just pushed him to the ground and started working her fingers in his belly, reached in deep and pulled his liver out like she was gutting a fish and swallowed it whole. Then she started peeling his skin off like an orange or something. I didn't stop to
like
watch.
Like an orange, yes.
I ran back to the room, shook Agent 2 awake, told him we needed to get going. I went for our weapons, grabbed my .45, and then Agent 1 walked in asking what was wrong. So I shot him. He was dead. His eyes were glowing yellow. What the hell kind of human being has glowing yellow eyes? Agent 2 grabbed his gun and pointed it at me. He started yelling at me to put the gun down. And that's when 953 grabbed him from behind, and the gun went off. He shot me in the upper shoulder. I fell down screaming, and I heard a loud cackling laugh. I crawled into the living room where we'd had dinner earlier that night and tried to slam the door shut. Rice paper screen, not going to help, but I needed something between us. There, I saw a man laid out where the dining table had been. His eyes were wide open, and his skin was flayed open. Oh God, there were the bowls, the ones we'd been eating out of. But the meat, it wasn't beef or pork, it was him. And the rice? Maggots, crawling in his flesh. He'd have to have been dead for days. But how? We'd seen him at the base of the mountain just yesterday. I threw up. Some of them were still alive, crawling in my vomit. I stabbed her in her gut with a punji stick, which slowed her down a bit. And then I dragged myself across the river. Couldn't swim, hit my head on the rocks, went downstream at least half a mile through the rapids. I got to the van, broke a window, and grabbed a flamethrower. I flicked on the sparker, managed to get it around just as she came out of the tree line. And that was when the retrieval team found me with 953. They took her away and got me to a hospital. I had a raging infection for days. Remember to check out my new animation channel, The Rubber Talks, where I share my life story, thoughts, and opinions. Just click on the link in the description to enter the Rubber's world.
Welcome.
Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you. You can now send us your fan art.
Let's see. I am doing great. How are you doing? Hello, Tracy. Let's see, what's another good one? What's that one dog one? What's that? I don't know, it looks like a dog. It like follows you around and shit. Like if you move, it like will kill you. Yeah, do you know that one?
Smooth milk chocolate, crunchy hazelnut, lovingly layered and wrapped in gold. Ferrero Rocher.
It's good that you're doing okay. I hope you like
After
spooky
several
stuff.
attempts to...
I hope you like spooky stuff, because that's what we're doing. For now. And then we'll move on to some games. I don't know when, but yes. There we go. This is the possessive mask, until I can find whatever that dog one is, because I don't know what it is.
After several attempts to escape, the walls of SCP-035's containment cell have suddenly begun secreting a black substance mixed with human blood. Personnel working near SCP-035's containment unit have suffered catastrophic morale damage, with an all-time high in suicide rates in staff in that area. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Keter class object SCP-035.
I know this. Isn't
SCP-035, also known as the Possessive Mask, appears to be a white porcelain comedy mask, but at times it will change to tragedy. When it changes, all existing visual records, such as photographs, video footage, even illustrations of SCP-035, will automatically change to reflect its new appearance. A highly corrosive and degenerative vicious liquid constantly seeps from the eye and mouth holes of SCP-035. Anything coming into contact with the liquid will slowly decay over a period of time, depending on the material, until it has decayed completely into a pool of the original contaminant. Glass seems to react the slowest to the effects of the item, hence the Foundation uses glass to contain 035. The origin of the liquid is still unknown. It's only visible from the front and does not emerge or is even visible from the other side of the mask. An individual will experience a strong urge to put on 035 when making eye contact, or is within 1.5 to 2 meters from it. When 035 is placed on the face of an individual, an alternate brainwave pattern from 035 will overlap that of the original host, effectively snuffing it out and causing brain death to the victim. Victim then claims to be the consciousness contained within SCP-035. The bodies of possessed victims will decay at a highly accelerated rate, eventually becoming little more than mummified corpses. SCP-035 has been found to be able to possess anything that has a humanoid shape. Nevertheless, 035 has demonstrated the ability to remain in cognitive control of a body experiencing severe structural damage, even if the subject's body literally decays to the point where motion is not mechanically possible. But when placed on an animal's face, no such effect was found. SCP-035 was first found in a sealed crypt in an abandoned house in Venice in the 19th century. SCP Foundation found that communicating with SCP-035 is very much informative. researchers have learned various details about other SCP objects and history in general, as 035 claims to have been at many momentous events. 035 displays a highly intelligent and charismatic personality, being both amiable and flattering to all those who speak with it. However, psychological analysis has discovered 035 to possess a highly manipulative nature, capable of forcing sudden and profound changes to interviewers' psychological state. SCP-035 has proven to be highly sadistic, prompting some to commit suicide, and transforming others into near-mindless servants with linguistic persuasion alone. SCP-035 has stated that it has intimate knowledge of the workings of the human mind, and implied that it could change anyone's views if given enough time. It has been determined that SCP-035 is capable of telepathy, whether or not it possesses a host. It will penetrate to the subconscious of the victim, and using the knowledge it finds to its advantage. Extreme caution is advised when choosing subjects to converse with SCP-035. SCP-035 has expressed its interest in other SCPs, most notably SCP-4715 and SCP-682. But a professor has expressed worry that if SCP-035 bond with either, their regenerative qualities would negate its corruption and give it a permanent host. However, 035 was put to a few tests by the Foundation to see how dangerous and vicious it would be. After 12 days of exposing SCP-151-D to 035, SCP-151-D was completely decomposed by 035. However, 12 hours later, this albino human child with a furred tail began to reform from SCP-035's excrement. Because personnel were barred from entering the chamber and thus could not terminate SCP-151-D before it reformed completely. In another test, a D-Class personnel wearing SCP-1131-J was assigned to SCP-035's containment chamber. SCP-1131-J is a tinfoil hat that can block cognitohazards when wrapped around the head. During the test, the personnel said he felt no compulsion to don 035, and this is when 035's smile altered into a frown. It has been concluded that SCP-035 became extremely uncooperative and pouty because it got defeated by a tinfoil hat. During containment, 035 has facilitated multiple escape attempts, convincing several of the research staff to aid in its bid for freedom. Fortunately, the insurrection failed, and after reviewing SCP-035's incident record, High Command has ordered that it had to be permanently sealed within the facility, and prohibited from being allowed any more hosts. Several personnel have protested this, with some even erupting into violence. As a direct result, all personnel that have come into contact with SCP-035 have been terminated. Going forward, all personnel that deal with SCP-035 are to be rotated frequently, and contact is to be limited, even to its dormant state as little as possible. After several attempts to escape, the walls of SCP-035's containment cell have suddenly begun secreting a black substance, mixed with human blood. This substance is corrosive, having a pH of 4.5, and prolonged exposure to the walls has proven to be detrimental to their structural integrity. More notably, it seems to be forming patterns on the walls. Several segments seem to be paragraphs in various languages, including Italian, Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit. Other segments appear to be diagrams depicting ritualistic sacrifice and mutilation.
And ads.
While the researchers were in the room examining these newly formed patterns, they have complained of hearing loud whispering and high-pitched, unnerving laughter at irregular intervals. Personnel in the section working daily near and around SCP-035's containment unit have suffered catastrophic morale damage, with an all-time high in suicide rates in staff in that area, whether or not they have ever had contact with SCP-035. The only change in SCP-035's dormant behavior is its glass case containment. Degradation of the case has increased to a high degree, enough so that the glass will occasionally shatter, causing a wide dispersal of SCP-035's containment. This will occur quite often at the most inopportune times, so far resulting in 6 casualties and 3 fatalities of the Foundation staff. In light of the mass suicide, homicide, and morale damage of the members in SCP-035 containment area, and general loss of staff dealing with SCP-035 to either death or insanity, it has been decided to coat the inner and outer walls of its containment cell with SCP-148, which is the ability to block or hinder extrasensory mind-affecting properties of living organisms in proximity to it. The use of SCP-148 has worked well, causing morale and suicide rates to return to near pre-SCP-035 rates. However, the material appears to facilitate the negativity within the cell, causing a veritable greenhouse effect inside. Personnel inside the cell have stated that they feel a heavy sense of dread, fear, anger, and general depression, as well as hearing constant, nearly inaudible whispering upon immediate entry. A prolonged stay causes severe migraines, suicidal tendencies, heavy hemorrhaging of blood vessels around the eyes and inside the mouth and nose, general hostility to others. The whispering will increase to almost deafening volume, intersected by a constant mocking laughter. Exposure of more than 3 hours will inevitably result in the subject falling into a deep psychosis and attempting to harm either themselves or others. Most of them begin to speak in Latin or Greek, despite the fact that several did not previously know how to speak said languages beforehand. The presence of blood in both word and diagram formations around 035's containment has increased disproportionately, the walls becoming cluttered and the formations beginning to overlap each other. The substance has proven to be both difficult to clean and even more corrosive than was originally recorded. General estimation gives the current walls a life of 2 months before they will need replacement. It is becoming gradually more and more difficult to contain SCP-035. The walls, ceiling, and floor of SCP-035's containment cell have now been completely saturated in blood. Constant cleaning efforts are being instated. According to the latest addendum, the magnitude, intensity, and reoccurrence of the phenomena that occur within SCP-035's containment cell have increased to an alarming degree. The cell door has been known to become locked of its own accord while personnel are inside, and unable to be opened for a long time. Appendages form out of the larger puddles of blood, and often attempt to grab or harm personnel near them. Blurry apparitions have started appearing to staff. Electronic devices no longer work inside the cell, and the light cannot be turned on, forcing those entering to use non-electric based light sources.
Yeah, exactly.
YouTube Premium gives you ad-free videos.
I'm not crazy. Hello.
Mobile downloads.
My name is Twisty.
And background play.
Enjoy my stream.
With it, you
sources.
Right?
Cleaning measures are having no discernible effect on the cell, and the walls are degrading at a very high rate, forcing them to be replaced within a week at best, although the blood makes it nearly impossible to properly achieve this. Foundation was forced to move 035 to the new cell entirely, with the old one sealed off and disengaged from the rest of the facility. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet people.
Okay. There's a Wendigo one, but that's not the one I'm looking for. There's the one sculpture one that then moves when you blink or something. Sure.
Viewer discretion is advised. The professor then felt uneasy and quickly instructed his assistant to pull the personnel out of the water. But he continued, saying, "And now he swallowed it. Damn, that's gonna haunt my dreams. Wait, it stopped moving. I think it sees me. Oh god, it's looking right at me. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Euclid Class Object SCP-1128. SCP-1128, also known as the Aquatic Horror, is an entity that manifests as a massive aquatic predator to anyone given a full description of the being's appearance, through either spoken and written descriptions or visual depictions of the being. Victims infected by 1128 will initially exhibit no abnormal behavior, though some cases show a general aversion to activities involving bodily immersion in water, such as bathing or swimming. If victim ever be fully immersed in water, they will disappear completely under the surface of the water, regardless of the water's actual depth. In most cases, victims will reappear moments later in a panicked state and frantically try to leave the water, while in some other cases, the water will become polluted with blood and debris, confirmed to be the remains of the victim. Victims that have reappeared intact claim that they were transported to a vast ocean, where they are pursued by 1128. Interviews with these individuals carry some risk of further 1128 contamination, as descriptions of the being's appearance trigger further infections. Depends how far along the infection is. At first, it requires full submersion, but over time, it'll take less and less water until you could step in a puddle and fall in. 1128 infection can be treated with Class C amnestics, as it appears memory of the entity or descriptions of it are required for its anomalous properties to take effect. Testing with infected D-Class have shown that wireless communication devices function normally when used by submerged victims affected by SCP-1128. In an experiment, a D-Class personnel was instructed to read from a small pamphlet describing 1128's appearance. Then, he was outfitted with diving gears, which has a wireless communication device to allow contact between himself and a professor from the Foundation. He was then lowered into a large tub of water via winch and cable. As soon as he hits the bottom of the tub, he told the professor that it looks like he had landed in a patch of seaweed. He started moving around, and suddenly he saw the scariest thing. The professor refrained him from describing it any further, but wants to know what that thing was doing. "What is it doing?" the professor asked. The personnel replied, "Nothing right now. It's just swimming along. I think it's got something in its mouth." "Is that a whale?" "Holy crap, it is. It's eating a whale." "Oh God, look at those teeth." The professor then felt uneasy and quickly instructed his assistant to pull the personnel out of the water. But he continued saying, "And now he swallowed it. Damn, that's gonna haunt my dreams. Wait, it stopped moving. I think it sees me. Oh God, it's looking right at me. It's headed this way. Oh God, help me." After a few seconds of hysterical and spouting gibberish, the feed cuts to static. The winch was retracting at full speed when the cable went taut, wresting the winch from its mounting. Cable then went slack, and water became polluted with blood, confirmed to be that of the personnel. No further remains or equipment were recovered. Interview log and relevant documents were edited for vectors, and all staff present were treated with Class C amnestics. Tracking devices affixed to D-Class personnel used in SCP-1128 experiments reveal that submerged victims are transported to an ocean. After this discovery, one of the doctors asked, "That's where we've been sending those D-Class? How does a short-range wireless communicator get such a clear signal from that far away?" Mobile Containment Force MCF Kappa 12 Sea Devils has been assigned to keep unauthorized seafaring vessels out of this area at all costs. MCF Sea Devils has been assigned to intercept and redirect any and all water traffic that passes through their designated patrol area by any means necessary. In one of the testing involving D-Class personnel, D-1732, who had been used for repeated 1128 testing without administration of amnestics, was shown to be able to encounter 1128 in bodies of water normally insufficient for bodily immersion. This effect became more drastic over time, with D-1732 developing progressively stronger hydrophobic tendencies, claiming to see 1128 from outside almost any body of water encountered by the subject. Days after initial exposure, D-1732 was violently pulled into a glass of water. Unfortunately, no remains were recovered from the incident. Staff witnessing the event were found to be infected by 1128 and administered Class C amnestics. Containment procedures were then updated to include videos and descriptions of this event, and testing involving extended infection of D-Class was terminated. According to Experiment Log A2, a D-Class was equipped with scuba gear and exposed to 1128, placed into a standard protective shark cage and lowered into water. There was no response for a few seconds. Then the line went taut and was severed at a point beneath the water. Remains of the D-Class, as well as jagged steel fragments, presumably remnants of the cage, surfaced shortly afterward. In the next experiment, experiment log A3, the same result occurred. A few hours later, MCF Sea Devils reported to have found an intact shark cage floating beneath the surface of patrol area near one of their vessels. Item was retrieved and confirmed to match description of cage used in experiment A3. Cage was undamaged, but found traces of human DNA and feces of indeterminate origin. No further remains of D-class found. In another experiment, unlike previous tests, the exposed D-class was equipped with diving gear, armed with a weapon for use against hostile organisms, and was also equipped with a live feed video camera attached to his helmet. Video feed shows that the weapon was ineffective against 1128, appearing only to enrage the creature rather than harm it considerably or drive it away. Feed was lost when D-class was devoured. The staffs involved were treated with amnestics following transcription of video feed. In an experiment to test 1128 manifestation in liquids other than water, an exposed D-class equipped with protective environment suit and video feed was lowered into a vat of substance. This substance was chosen for its low density, allowing free movement similar to walking in open air. Incredibly, the D-class recovered without any incident. The liquid did not trigger 1128's effect. Although you might be safe from 1128 in liquids other than water, but that probably won't help you much unless you intend to drink and bathe in exotic chemicals for the rest of your life, which probably would get a lot shorter if you tried that. Written descriptions and imagery of SCP-1128's appearance, or videos of the entity found outside the Foundation, are to be destroyed, and Class C amnestics are to be administered to anyone exposed to such information or showing signs of 1128 contamination. A written description of the entity's appearance is to be kept at site for experimental purposes only, and is not to be read by anyone other than D-class used for testing. If exposed, staff are to report immediately for administration of Class C amnestics. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you. You can...
So cool. Gorefield. I wonder what that dog one is. Is it this? Oh, it's an ad.
SCP personnel found A6 began acting increasingly unsettled, rapid, and shallow.
I think this is the one.
SCP personnel found A6 began acting increasingly unsettled, rapid, and shallow breathing, aversion to light, and increased in body temperature. It began violently tearing at its skin. It displayed a considerable amount of distress upon realizing its skin was sloughing off, but appeared unable to stop until its head were detached from its body. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you a SCP Foundation Keter class object, SCP-939. SCP-939, also known as With Many Voices, are endothermic pack-based predators. The skins of 939 are highly permeable to moisture and translucent red. 939 averagely are 2.2 meters tall when standing upright and weigh an average of 250 kilograms. Their weight is highly variable. Each of their four limbs end in three-fingered claws, with a fourth opposable digit, and are covered in seta, which considerably augment climbing ability. Their heads are elongated, devoid of even vestigial eyes or eye sockets, and contain no skull. The jaws of 939 are lined with red, faintly luminescent fang-like teeth. Their teeth can grow up to 6 centimeters. Eye spots, sensitive to light and dark, run the length of their spine dorsal ridges. These spines may be up to 16 centimeters long and are believed to be sensitive to changes in air pressure and flow. 939's respiratory system is atrophied, but they can exhale minute traces of an aerosolized Class C amnestic, which designated as AMN C227. AMN C227 causes temporary anterograde amnesia, inhibiting memory formation for the duration of exposure, plus an average of 30 minutes. It is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. It has been reported that after being separated from the environment full of AMN C227, subject will have sensations of disorientation and mild hallucination. Subject is usually killed with a single bite to the cranium or neck. Bite forces have been measured in excess of 35 MPa. 939's primary method of luring prey is the imitation of human speech in the voices of prior victims. Though imitation of other species in active nocturnal hunts have been documented, they have been documented imitating victims' voice despite never hearing the victim speak. SCP-939 vocalizations often imply significant distress. Whether 939 understand their vocalizations or are repeating previously heard phrases is the subject of ongoing study. Analysis of 939 vocalizations cannot distinguish between 939 and samples of known victims' voices. The use of biometric voice recognition security or identification systems at any installation housing 939 is strongly discouraged for this reason. A log of radio traffic between capture teams during their initial contact with 939 was transcribed and documented. In the initial contact between the capture team and 939, three subordinate fire teams, Trapper 1, 2, and 3, were sent out to the outskirts for an inspection following the disappearance of a Foundation field agent. After moments of inspecting the area, Trapper 1 reported to on-scene commander that they smelled something rotten, and they also found some shredded clothing. While Trapper 1 was about to head back up, they heard someone calling for help. According to the transcript of radio traffic, it seems that 939 imitated the human voice and successfully lured Trapper 1. Unfortunately, Trapper 1 was annihilated. And finally, Trapper 2 and 3 had to use large VX gas bombs to control 939. SCP-939 have no apparent physiological need to feed, nor any way to digest consumed tissue. Ingested material typically accumulates in the respiratory system of SCP-939 and is regurgitated once the amount is sufficient to markedly inhibit its function. Despite the absence of many vital organ systems, SCP-939 are capable of bearing live young. According to the documents, one of the 939, named SCP-9391, gave birth to 6 specimens following a gestation period of roughly 12 months, numbered SCP-939A1 to SCP-939A6. 939A1, A4, and A5 were male, while A3 and A6 were female. SCP-939A2 was stillborn and immediately cannibalized by SCP-9391. When the Foundation personnel took its offspring away from it, it did not show any resistance. 4 of the newborns were dissected by the Foundation personnel and found no difference between these newborns and human infants. Only 939A6 was kept for observation as it matures. On September 1st, 2001, personnel found A6 began acting increasingly unsettled, rapid and shallow breathing, aversion to light, and increased in body temperature. A6 was then transferred into a reinforced concrete containment cell. 939A6 immersed itself in the provided water basin. Minutes later, it was transferred and remained motionless for about 41 hours, at which point it began violently tearing at its skin. It displayed a considerable amount of distress upon realizing its skin was sloughing off, but appeared unable to stop until its head were detached from its body. It appeared morphologically identical to, albeit much smaller than, SCP-9391. After the incident, SCP-939A6 was renumbered as SCP-939101 and then transferred to Bioresearch Area 12 for further study. SCP-939101 is now dismembered, and it's stored in cryogenic preservation tanks. But these tissue fragments are still not dead, and sometimes they will ramble and plea for release. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Which SCP do you want to see in the next video, and why it is interesting? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
What? Hold on. Oh, it's a Mr. Beast video.
Viewer discretion is advised. 10 minutes later, Matthew, Morgan, Pearl, and Nakamura all walked out fully suited up. Pearl and Nakamura held packs of various medical and testing equipment. Matthew and Morgan both carried giant rifles filled with tranquilizer. Hello, everybody. I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Euclid Class Object SCP-2761. SCP-2761 is a large, hunchbacked, bipedal alligator with a mouth structure similar to that of a bull shark. 2761 possesses a notably yellow skin coloration, a petaled, flexible frill that can conceal and protect its face, and constantly exudes a scent that smells like overripe bananas. Additionally, 2761 possesses biohazardous blood. At least 32 known genetic carcinogens and dozens of known hazardous bacteria strains are present. It appears its gut flora also constantly produces even more of the above substances. However, instead of causing 2761 harm, it appears these compounds and bacteria are beneficial for it, inciting even further mutations over time. Strangely, despite all of the mutations 2761 has undergone, it has never shown signs of any cancers or tumors. SCP-2761 is somehow able to absorb and express the genes of other animals it eats. In an interview with the researcher Matthew, Dr. Pearl, and Dr. Nakamura, the two genetic scientists at Aquagene, a pet storefront that sells heavily genetically modified aquarium fish, revealed that 2761 was apparently part of a set of prototypes for their next proposal, Centifruit fish. 2761 was initially supposed to be banana pipefish. However, in about the 5th week of development, Dr. Pearl caught Dr. Higgins, their lead geneticist, tampering with a batch of the baby banana pipefish. Higgins was making them more carnivorous and more yellow because he thought it would be hilarious if he could sneak a biting banana into the local grocery stores. So she confiscated them, and Higgins promised never to be involved again. However, Higgins was lying to her. The truth was, Higgins made more of those things after he took them back, put the originals in the disposal unit, and then flushed the rest of them down the toilet. We are so sorry for the trouble we've caused you. It looks like you were able to capture it. So, Mr. Matthew, if it's possible for us to examine this thing, we might be able to help you find a way to... At that moment, researcher Matthew's intercom flared to life. SCP-2761's wrangler, Morgan, spoke in a hurried tone on the other end. We've got a situation with the banana fish. It ain't pretty. What's going on? Did it grow again? Yeah, it did. But it grew because it ate a D-class, and now it's walking around on its hind legs. There was a brief moment of silence in the room. Matthew stood still, once again not quite believing what he just heard. Pearl and Nakamura on the other end looked confused.
I don't want to eat a banana.
What? What's the damage report? Did it get out? Oh, no, it's still in containment, all locked down. But, all right, thanks, Morgan. I'm bringing the two back to Site 71. Notify the guard station so they don't try to mind wipe them when they cross the door. What? Pearl squeaked. Nakamura asked nervously. Mr. Matthew, what do you mean by... You two shut up. You're coming with me. And you're gonna help us figure out this hot mess of a so-called fish you made. Follow me downstairs, please. We're gonna have to speed back to base. The two Aquagene scientists jumped, then hurriedly followed the Foundation agent out of the room. Everyone's day was about to get a whole lot more interesting. Nakamura stayed silent with fear as the armored van carrying him, and Dr. Pearl rumbled softly down the road to who knows where. He was beginning to have his doubts about Matthew's credibility. What the hell is going on? Nakamura felt his neck beginning to sweat. Meanwhile, Pearl began to cry. Where are you taking us? What are you gonna do to us? Please, I don't want to die. You're not going to die, Dr. Pearl. We just need your help. After you help us, you're free to go. Matthew, you there? The car's intercom flared to life again. Matthew hurriedly flipped the radio to speaker. Yeah, what's the situation? All good? Yeah, still under control. We got a team in, and we're able to knock the thing out. Just pumped it with a ton of tranks. You know how this thing works, though. It's always changing. It's out for now, but get your ass back here sooner than later. Wouldn't want it to eat those two you're bringing. Oh God, we're gonna die. Mr. Matthew, please don't hurt.
YouTube Premium gives you ad-free videos, mobile downloads, and background play.
Hurt us. Meanwhile, back at Site 71, in SCP-2761's metal enclosure pen, it rumbled softly as it lay on its side, chock full of potent tranquilizers. Its yellow hide continued to exude a strong banana scent, masking the fact that its body contained what could basically be summed up as everything cancer. Except that everything cancer didn't kill it. No, that everything cancer just made it a bigger pain in the ass every time it ate something. And now, it had just eaten D5781E, causing it to grow from a 4-meter banana salamander with teeth to a 5-meter banana alligator with much bigger teeth. At that moment, the door to 2761's door buzzed open. Good to see you, Morgan. Matthew patted his old friend on the shoulder, then said a bit more softly, "We got company. Go easy on them, okay? They're understandably a bit spooked." Morgan walked up to the pair. "Hello, my name is Philip Morgan. I'm one of the field agents that helped capture the animal you're going to study. I'm sorry we had to bring you in like that, but we're trying to keep a low cover with this thing. Haven't seen anything like it before, and this place is supposed to be a secret." Pearl's knees were shaking, but she felt her breathing a bit easier now. "Okay, what's gonna happen to us if we help you out?" "You're free to go, of course. Of course, we will have to keep an eye on you and your company for a while after. We want this thing under wraps. You'd have to keep it a secret. If you told anyone, there would be consequences. Not that we want to go that route." There was a potent silence for a minute as everyone in the room took in what was going on. Finally, Dr. Nakamura spoke. "So, how big has this thing gotten?" "It's currently at around 5 meters, and it will probably still grow as time goes on. It's currently knocked out right behind those closed doors." He gestured towards 2761's containment pen. "Are you feeling well enough to look at it right now? We'll send you in with guards, of course." "Yes. Yeah, what do we need to do?" "Thank you, Dr. Nakamura. We can get you geared up with protective suits right away. Matthew and I will accompany you into its room." "Yes, thank you, Dr. Nakamura." Matthew tried not to grit his teeth as he shot a sideways glare at Morgan for volunteering him, and Morgan's eyes betrayed a hidden grin. Matthew sighed. "All right, gear up. Suit room is..."
Get high protein and crunchy granola clusters with the great taste of Vector.
Room is unlocked. A buzzer went off as the doorway adjacent to 2761's pen clicked open. Inside, Pearl and Nakamura could see neon yellow hazmat suits hanging on a rack. Morgan and Matthew walked past the Aquagene scientist. Matthew turned around. "Come on, Pearl, Nakamura. Suit up. Don't worry, you'll be safe. Morgan and I will have your backs." 10 minutes later, Matthew, Morgan, Pearl, and Nakamura all walked out fully suited up. Pearl and Nakamura held packs of various medical and testing equipment. Matthew and Morgan both carried giant rifles filled with tranquilizer. A voice called out on the loudspeaker. "Now opening door to 2761. Pearl and Nakamura looked at each other from behind the visors of their hazmat suits. "Great, let's check this fish out." The doors whooshed open. The whole room was filled with the smell of bananas. And Matthew, Morgan, Pearl, and Nakamura all walked in. What the hell? That is not a fish. Remember to check out my new animation channel, The Rubber Talks, where I share my life story, thoughts, and opinions. Just click on the link in the description to enter the Rubber's world. Before we end this video, we are...
Alright, I need to go to the bathroom quickly. I will be back soon. It'll be like 2 seconds, I promise. We won't be long away from watching spooky stuff. Or SCPs now, I guess. 1 second. a good night ender, and I've changed. I have changed. I am now an alien. Hold on a second. I gotta fix myself. Roll over and see cutie. Yes, that's exactly it. That's how it should go. Oh, my antennas. Oh, this is a good sleep. Oh, that's good. That's good. You sleep well. There we go. Okay. All right. Today, let's see. Let's go looking at. Let's go back and continue what we were doing, right? Try. Well, I mean, trying's better than not doing anything. Oh, the plague doctor.
SCP-049 has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek to then perform a crude surgery on the corpse. These surgeries are often result in the creation of instances of SCP-0492. So this so-called plague doctor, how many was it really kills? And how terrifying will it be? Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you a SCP Foundation Euclid class object, SCP-049. In SCP Foundation, which SCP is your favorite? Let us know in the comment below. SCP-049 is a humanoid entity, roughly 1.9 meters in height, weight 95.3 kilograms, which bears the appearance of a medieval plague doctor. While it appears to be wearing the thick robes and the ceramic mask indicative of that profession, the garments instead seem to have grown out of its body over time, and are now nearly indistinguishable from whatever form is beneath them. X-rays indicate that despite this, 049 does have a humanoid skeletal structure beneath its outer layer. While SCP-049 is generally cordial and cooperative with Foundation staff, it can become especially irritated or, at times, outright aggressive if it feels that it is in the presence of what it calls the pestilence. 049 will become hostile with individuals it sees as being affected by the pestilence. If left unchecked, it will generally attempt to kill any such individual. It is capable of causing all biological functions of an organism to cease through direct skin contact. How this occurs is currently unknown. There was one record shows 049 quickly closed the distance between the subject, killing the subject with a touch of its throat. 049 has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek to then perform a crude surgery on the corpse using the implements contained within a black doctor's bag it carries on its person at all times. While these surgeries are not always successful, they often result in the creation of instances of 0492. 0492 instances are reanimated corpses that have been operated on by 049. These instances do not seem to retain any of their prior memories or mental functions, having only basic motor skills and response mechanisms. While these instances are generally inactive, moving very little, and in a generally ambulatory fashion, they can become extremely aggressive if provoked, or if directed to by 049. Despite these alterations, 049 often remarks that the subjects have been cured. SCP-049 was discovered during the investigation of a series of unknown disappearances in the town of Montauban in southern France. During a raid on a local home, investigators found several instances of 0492, as well as 049. While law enforcement personnel engaged the hostile 0492 instances, it was noted as watching the engagement and taking notes in its journal. After all of the 0492 instances were dispatched, 049 willingly entered Foundation custody. 049 has spent a considerable amount of time studying and performing
He
surgery
was like,
on
"Yes,
the various
take me.
mammalian corpses
Take
it
me
has
to
been
jail."
provided. It will routinely spend several days performing surgery, and then, regardless of whether or not the corpse becomes an instance of 0492, spending several more days documenting its findings in a thick leather journal stored within its doctor's bag. It will often seek to share its findings with members of Foundation staff. According to one record, 049 spent several days operating on the orangutan, reanimating it several times. However, 049 appeared to be discontent with the results it experienced, returning to the creature 3 times after its initial reanimation for additional work. After it was unable to reanimate the corpse a 5th time, 049 turned the corpse over to Foundation staff for incineration. As time goes by, on April 16, 2017, as Dr. Raymond Ham was entering SCP-049's test chamber to conduct another routine interview, the entity began to grow anxious and asked Dr. Ham if he was feeling well. Following protocol, Dr. Ham reminded 049 that the interview was required, after which the entity became hostile and attacked Dr. Ham, killing him. Due to a lapse in security protocol, and because Dr. Ham did not activate the in-chamber emergency system, Dr. Ham's corpse was not discovered until 3 hours later, by which point 049 had converted it into an instance of 0492. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Have you ever heard or encountered any paranormal event? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to this channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Install Honey on the laptops on the table. Where's inside? Now you might be wondering why he's installing Honey. It's because
Get out of here. I don't want to hear your ad. Yeah, I know, right? I love how he's like the rubber. I know. Oh, are you back? Why, hello. Thank you for the hydrate. Do you have any other SCPs that you would want to watch?
Off the top of my head, no.
Dreamtime whale shark. What?
Imagine this. You're a researcher with an interest in and an aptitude for marine biology. Over the years, your work has taken you far and wide, to the furthest corners of the Earth's oceans. You've observed countless species of sea life, from fish and crustaceans to whales and sharks.
After I watch this, I want to see this one.
During one of your travels, you find yourself off the coast of South Africa, monitoring the local population of sea creatures. Looking out across the water, you see a large dark shape moving below the surface. There is a shadow streaking its way towards your vessel, dark as night, speeding like a torpedo. You rush across the deck, leaning over the port side as the shape swims beneath your boat. You're certain you know what it was.
It's a good SCP.
After all your years studying the world beneath the waves, you know a whale shark when you see one. The largest known species of fish still in existence, the whale shark is a filter feeder, consisting on a diet of plankton and other tiny aquatic organisms. A whale shark poses absolutely no threat to humans, or rather any whale shark other than this one wouldn't pose a threat. But how could you know that? Scanning the water, you strain your eyes, trying to spot what you assumed was an ordinary whale shark swimming below. But there is nothing, no sign of it anywhere. Sighing, you think you might have missed your chance to see one in the wild. Perhaps it changed direction. Instead of swimming under the boat, you tell yourself. The ship turns and starts making its way back towards the small harbor. leaving you blissfully unaware that there's an extra passenger on board. As you disembark, you notice something on the side of the boat. Emblazoned on the hull is a motif of a familiar shape, a whale shark depicted entirely in painted dots. You stare at it for a moment, intrigued by the pattern. It reminds you of a piece you once saw, an Aboriginal Australian style of dot art. You're a little taken aback by the coincidence, having briefly spotted a whale shark while out at sea earlier, blissfully unaware that this painting marks your first encounter with SCP-1449, known more colloquially as the Dreamtime Whale Shark. In fact, you're so amused by seeing the whale shark earlier, only to find one painted here on the boat, that it distracts you. You don't realize that the whale shark painting hadn't been on the side of the boat when you chipped out. Instead, you pay the crew and thank the captain for letting you hire the vessel for your research and then head off. By the time you make it back to the nearby town and settle down in after a long day on the water, the dotted painting of the whale shark has already slipped from your mind. But as you begin drifting off and everything goes dark, you're about to find out that your encounter with the Dreamtime Whale Shark is only just beginning. You've never been a heavy sleeper and rarely remember your dreams. Any that you might have seem to pass out of your head the moment you wake up, or are too faint for you to acknowledge while you're sleeping. But tonight is different. Tonight you're dreaming vividly. In this dream, water surrounds you, like it has your whole career. But this time, you're underneath the surface, adrift in an empty ocean. Nothing around you but endless blank sea. You feel something in your hand, something smooth and moving gently like organic matter, something alive. You find yourself gripping the tail of a whale shark, and somehow, as is often the way with dreams, you know that this is the same whale shark from earlier that day. The one that swam up to your boat and ended up sticking on the side of it as a dot art painting. SCP-1449 has this latent ability. While it normally appears as a flat two-dimensional piece of Aboriginal Australian dot art, the Dreamtime Whale Shark can shift whenever it is underwater. It still appears as a collection of painted dots in this unmistakable shape of a whale shark, but in an aquatic environment, it becomes three-dimensional, and that's what you'd seen swimming towards the boat. Not just a whale shark, but SCP-1449. Within your dream, you release the Dreamtime Whale Shark's tail and begin to float upwards. Breaking the surface of the water, you breathe lungfuls of fresh air. The first thing you see is land, and it's close by, close enough for you to swim to shore. Paddling through the water, you reach an island, one in a chain of small land masses, tiny continents in a shallow, unfamiliar ocean. You look back to the water, but can find no sign of SCP-1449. The Dreamtime Whale Shark has brought you here, and left you on this island, but you can only speculate as to why. There must be a reason, you insist to yourself. The dreamscape around you, it would seem, is either the creation of SCP-1449, or at the very least a side effect of falling asleep close by to where you saw the Dreamtime Whale Shark in its painted form.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do
Whatever this place is, there must be some way to uncover an answer. It stands to reason, you think, that if you can understand what's going on, then perhaps therein lies the key to escaping this dream and waking up back in reality. The small island you find yourself on, and the others nearby, are inhabited by strange life forms. As you walk across the shore, sand clinging to your wet feet, you approach what you thought at a distance to be a group of other people. Instead, you see a group of peculiar beings. They are not quite human, but they are definitely close. The closer you walk, you notice these strange humanoid shapes huddled tighter together, their backs to you. When you try to call out to them, asking where you are or how you might return to reality, they bustle away. The wind carries the sound of their chatter towards you, and you're certain you hear them call you another one, just another traveler from afar. What you don't realize, lost in this dream environment, is that there are others like it. Pocket worlds like this one, similar but different, currently being experienced by any others asleep near SCP-1449. As you ponder what to do on the beach, the captain of the boat you hired is on a different version of the same island, watching a herd of multiple 2,000-kilo platypi being shepherded by 6 tattooed 3-meter-tall humanoid figures. Meanwhile, his first mate is in another version of this dream world, learning how to hunt under the tutelage of a man called Gray the Rabbit Hunter. Each version of SCP-1449's dreamscape have separate continuities to each other. They are differing copies of the same chain of islands, with the same inhabitants, but each visited by a different traveler from afar in their sleep. Much like a lucid dream, visitors to the Dreamtime Whale Shark's worlds can interact with them, shaping and altering events in the continuity they find themselves in. Deciding to leave the beach, you elect to make your way towards higher ground to try to get a wider scope of your surroundings. Fortunately, there is a towering mountainous shape nearby, standing like dark serrated teeth against the clear horizon. You begin your dangerous trek, ascending your way up these dead, jagged hills. You're still unclear on how you got here or how to escape, but you will yourself to keep climbing, knowing there must be some way to wake up from this bizarre dream. Finally reaching level ground, you take a moment to catch your breath, collecting your thoughts before advancing any further. You turn, gazing out over the landscape spreading out below and all around you. The island is small enough you can see the shore where you arrived, and the ocean flanking this landmass on all sides. In this short moment, you appreciate the beauty of this bizarre dream world for the first time. The trees sway in the gentle breeze, moving like the calm rolling of waves in the water beyond, both glistening with the warm light of the sun.
Advice Plus, only from Scotiabank, understands everyone has a different picture of the future. Maybe it's time for a better view.
While it is still true that you have no idea how or why SCP-1449 brought you here, or how to leave, you think to yourself that at least this dream environment isn't a hostile one. Not that you'd want to be stranded there forever, but there are certainly far more unforgiving places one can dream about. A grim thought suddenly dawns on you. How long have you been here? Does time pass differently in this world to the one you're still asleep in? A sound shakes your thoughts back to your current here and now. It was a voice, you're sure of it. A voice calling out, but not to you. Traversing the dead, jagged hills, you see a figure. A person from the real world like you, not one of the local humanoids. They don't see you. They're calling out to someone in a ramshackle hut cobbled together from pieces of wood and other scraps. On the arm of the figure's dark military-like uniform is a symbol, and you can just make out 3 distinct letters. SCP. A wooden plank that functioned as the door creaked open, revealing a second figure. The man looks disheveled, his worn clothing patched with scraps of leather and shark skin, making him look as cobbled together as his makeshift hut, like he was an extension of the small structure. You watch as the man talks to the agent, overhearing his words.
Don't say anything. If you say anything, I lose my mind. You could say anything and something horrible happens.
The strange man warns, talking too quickly for the Foundation agent to reply.
You're a dreamer, like me. My name is Nikolai. I am the shipseer of the Dunham and the Brotherhood of Selechostik Pugniks Kombin.
The man, Nikolai, he called himself, seemed distressed, tripping over his words, disagreeing with himself until he starts trailing off into swearing obscenities.
I'm not Nikolai,
he shouts.
I am Agent John.
Before stumbling and cursing again.
I'm sorry, I can't keep the memory straight. Being this lucid for this long hurts. The dreaming fills in all the gaps. Things have always been even as they are brought into being. I've been on this cliff since the beginning of time, just like how this place has always been here. The dream was torn away by the deaths of gods before time began, but I watched it happen 5 years ago. Are you following? I can barely tell the dream and reality apart anymore. My world has always been the way it is, and we made it like that. We heard the dreaming. The shark, that's how we see it. We heard it, killed it in our world, and the dream time poured out like it spilled blood, and we made this big scar here, and things are wrong. Fish walk and ghosts haunt the stones, and women give birth to plastic children.
and the leech fields stretch out forever in the seas of human blood, and the center eats cocaine and caviar out of panda skull bowls on the crushed backs of opal mares in acres of broken glass. And it has always been like this. Don't do it. Don't do it again. You're already racing back down to the dead jagged hills. The sight of the deranged Nikolai burned into your mind. A man reduced to a babbling lunatic, cast away and left alone in this strange dreamscape that SCP-1449 brought you to. But Nikolai is more than that. More than just someone driven mad by his
Tonight, I'll be eating the pork fried meat with extra jalapenos. Thanks, baby.
isolation. He is a grim prophecy of what will become of you, unless you can find a way to leave the Dreamtime whale shark's world. Already back on the beach, you drop down, kneeling in the wet sand as the tide washes over your knees. The how or why of SCP-1449 bringing you into this dream isn't important. All that matters to you is avoiding ending up like Nikolai. Whatever it takes, you know one thing above all else. You need to wake up. But whether you actually ever will is another question entirely. Now check out SCP-343 God and SCP-5000Y, the full story compilation.
I do not want to meet him on the ocean. We're gonna do this one.
Viewer discretion is advised. As D2 spasms on the ground, his entire body being overtaken by the sickly tan flesh, almost entirely.
Let's do that.
Viewer discretion is advised. As D2 spasms on the ground, his entire body being overtaken by the sickly tan flesh, almost entirely after 45 seconds. D2 is terminated by a gunshot from D1, but that did not stop the spread of SCP-610. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Keter Class Object SCP-610, Part 1. First, let me introduce my buddy from SCP Animated, Tales from the Foundation.
Hi everybody, I'm Dr. K. SCP-610, also known as the Flesh That Hates, appears to be a contagious skin disease, with symptoms including rash, itching, and increased skin sensitivity. Within 3 hours, the disease will cause blemishes, resembling heavy scar tissue to form in the chest and arm areas. Within an additional hour, it will spread to the legs and back, and consuming the victim completely within 5 hours. Exposure to higher temperatures will vastly decrease the time for the contagion to spread, and complete infections have been recorded occurring in as little as 5 minutes.
Thanks, buddy. After the completion of the infection, the victim's life functions will cease for approximately 3 minutes. After that, they will restart at 2 to 3 times the activity rate of a normal human. Following this, the scar tissue on the victims will start to move and grow at a rapid rate. Normal human features start to disappear at this point, and the path of mutation appears to be largely random. Victims observed in this stage have been recorded as growing 3 or more limbs like arms or legs. The head may become misshapen and elongate or widen out, and parts of the subject may split open from which additional branches of flesh will grow. But the weird thing is, not all subjects appear to progress to the same stage. There are 2 types of infected victims. One of them will cease moving and place itself in a location and roots itself like a plant. The fleshy growth on the victim will then begin to spread itself across all surrounding objects and consume them. However, this type of infection does not infect living creatures. The other kind of infected victims will immediately seek out aid as natural human impulse, resulting in unintended infection. And those who have lost their human form through the scar tissue phase will actively and aggressively attempt to infect anyone approaching them within an undefined area. If the infected has lost the ability of sight, a range of approximately 30 meters is considered safe. Initial reports of 610 came directly from the Russian government, after reports consisted primarily of disappearances of farmers in the region, followed by the local police. regional police, and a government dispatched agent all failed to report within a 72-hour period. A small military contingent was dispatched to the area and quickly withdrew, at which point the Foundation was contacted to investigate. The area SCP-610 affects are close to Lake Baikal in southern Siberia. Areas of known infection are marked on this map. Due to the vast area of infection 610 covers, containment is impossible. Isolation of the area has proved far more effective, and permission has been granted by the Russian government to establish a perimeter to keep people out of these areas. Any living thing coming in physical contact with an organism infected with 610 is considered expendable and is to be immediately terminated and incinerated. Anyone coming within 3 meters of 610 infected life is to immediately withdraw from the area, be isolated from the rest of their team, and subjected to medical examination and observations. Observation of life infected by SCP-610 by staff is impossible. Hence, observations could only be done by using artificial methods, such as remote robots. The data returned from these observations, coupled with the openly aggressive nature of the infected to attempt to spread, SCP-610 has resulted in the Keter classification. However, so long as nothing is allowed to enter or leave the infected areas, it is considered a neutralized threat. But after the cavernous areas beneath the infected settlements were discovered during the exploration, the Foundation sent in research personnel for further investigation. There is a total of 5 field exploration logs for both the remote robot and also the human expeditions. The first exploration was done by a small camera-mounted unit, known as Herbie. Herbie was dispatched at a safe distance and directed toward a part of an infected small village, hereafter referred to as Site A. Many of the homes appeared to have suffered fire damage, but a fair amount of buildings are still intact. Through the camera feed, it seems that an estimated population of 79 were infected. Immobile infected are included in this number. However, it is difficult to ascertain an exact percentage of mobile versus immobile. After observing the exterior of the village for 2 hours, Herbie was directed to follow an infected known as Alpha as it entered a home. The home contains multiple visible infected organisms, and Herbie's camera was raised slowly as to not draw attention. Alpha walks around its home multiple times, before stopping at another infected, hereafter known as Beta, sitting on a bed. Beta is unable to leave the bed for unknown reasons, but is not completely immobile, as it flails its arms in response to the beatings delivered by Alpha. Moments later, a piercing sound explodes from the area around Beta, who then proceeds to project a cloud of unknown matter into the air from its chest cavity. Alpha lingers in the cloud as it floats in the air around them, slowly descending to the ground. The unknown life form on the table aside Beta begins to twitch in an apparent seizure, and Alpha then laps the room twice more, stopping at each infected organism, but now ignoring Beta. Then, Alpha seats itself at the table, reaches out for 3 plates and set it on the table. After the plates are positioned, the facial tendrils extending from Alpha wiggle up and start to coil on each plate, before tearing apart and separating. Alpha then leaves the house. Several minutes later, a group of 6 to 7 infected enter the home. These infected all surround the table, and each takes turn consuming the flesh substance left behind by Alpha, pressing it into whatever orifices on their bodies, some under their arms, some into mouths, some into the chest, some behind their backs. Herbie remains here for several more minutes before retracting its camera and leaving. Herbie is then directed to explore a store. Here he finds more infected individuals. A Russian soldier who doesn't seem to be moving, but his eyes are in constant movement, often focusing on Herbie. In a storage area, a large pile of bodies are stacked together. Some pieces of clothing are visible and appear to contain both military garb and everyday clothing. Atop the bodies, an infected sits, appearing to have its lower parts fused to the pile, and with its upper half in a wild state of flailing and seizure. Approximately every 10 seconds, a burst of spores flies out the top of this infected, which linger in the air. Herbie then leaves the store and passes by the village well, surrounding which are a series of immobile infected, all facing the well. The arms of each of these infected individuals are stretched out, one in contact with the next, forming a perfect chain. Suddenly, an infected young girl, grabs and stares at Herbie.
Oh god.
Its face balloons in size and explodes outward into a series of fleshy flaps that grip Herbie and draw it inside of her. Herbie's video feed terminates here. 5 hours later, Herbie's video feed resumed. Herbie's camera pointed at the village well, with a slimy film which often oozes across the lens. Herbie does not respond to any remote command, but its video jerks back and forth from target to target, zooming in and out of its own accord. Video feed is cut manually, and all connections to Herbie's unit are ordered erased.
Get high protein and crunchy granola clusters with the great taste of Vector.
The second exploration on SCP-610 happened during construction of the perimeter surrounding SCP-610's containment area. Several Class D personnel were infected. Most of these infected personnel were immediately destroyed with flamethrowers, but a small collection of infected were contained in cold storage units to prolong the progression of infection. In hopes of finding out more information on the origin point of 610, the Foundation sent 3 infected personnel, D1, D2, and D3, into Site C, with a single video system. Site C is in the same infected village with the Site A mentioned earlier, but different spot. The 3 infected personnel were given 9mm pistols, gasoline, emergency flares, and some food. They were also instructed to observe and avoid interaction with the infected villagers. But if they're attacked by the infected villagers, they're allowed to do as much damage to the site as possible while maintaining video feed. As D1, D2, and D3 enter the site, there is a noticeable rise in the temperature, which requires a further shedding of garments. One of them immediately noticed a large number of immobile pylons arrayed around the site, separated by an apparent distance of 5 to 6 meters. Each pylon appears to be 2 to 4 infected persons, fused together in one spot. Heat vents out of these pylons, and current belief is that this is an advanced stage of SCP-610, terraforming its environment to facilitate spread of itself. D2 begins to seizure after only a few minutes in Site C. The progression to the scar tissue phase of 610 infection is observed in full course. As D2 spasms on the ground, his entire body being overtaken by the sickly tan flesh, almost entirely after 45 seconds. D2 is terminated by a gunshot from D1, but that did not stop the spread of 610. The spread continues even after death of the body, until all movement ceases. As perimeter control is relaying new instructions to D1 and D3, video feed shows a flesh-like growth splitting open beneath D2's body, and a series of ropey tendrils coming from within the gap to pull his corpse inside.
This basically sounds like
this opening closes quickly. Total time elapsed 3 seconds. D1 and D3 quickly proceed to the village center and encounter a sphere suspended by angled supports, comprised of both infected humans and a few specimens of non-human life forms such as deer and bears. The entire sphere of flesh pulses at roughly a 5-second interval, and with each pulse emits a ring of spore-like material from its equator. This material floats to the ground and appears to be absorbed into the converted environment. D3 begins to douse the sphere with the provided gasoline, and a lit emergency flare is applied to it, which immediately goes up in flames. The remote feed plays back an explosion and creates a roaring noise from an unknown location that seems to come from a location far outside of Site C, but was reported as being heard even at perimeter control by both Sites C and A. Within 15 seconds following the sound's dissipation, Site A reported that a series of explosions had occurred within the village. 5 seconds after this report, the spherical mass in the middle of Site C explodes, and both D1 and D3 are thrown by the blast. D3 dies instantly, but D1 manages to stand back up. D1's video equipment falls to the ground and was recording in a skyward direction. The last moments of footage from D1's video unit display a humanoid figure unknown creature, steps upon the recording video equipment, and destroys it. Perimeter control remained on high alert for a full 24 hours at all locations, without any incident following this event. The destruction caused by the second exploration resulted in a series of unexpected events in Site A. That being said, there's still more to add to the story that indicates the danger and horror of SCP-610, but we will explore the rest of it in Part 2, so stay tuned. Before we end this video,
Oh my
we are
gosh.
proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you. You can now send us your fan art, and we will be more than happy to show off your best art piece in our next video. Check out
Such
our
a
description
cliffhanger,
below on
right?
how to submit. I
Whoa,
hope you enjoyed
he
today's
found the
video.
camera.
Which
He's-
SCP do you want to see in the next video, and why it is
He's
interesting?
doing what
Let us
now?
know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world.
Okay. It is very odd. We'll watch part 2 and then 3 after this one. Ah yes, after an ad.
Viewer discretion is advised. It exhibits aggressive behavior towards any type of animal, but particularly
evil, yes.
towards humans, primarily draining it of all its blood and other bodily fluids, while partially consuming the body. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you SCP Foundation Keter Class Object SCP-3359.
He's definitely
SCP-3359, also known as the Dry Guy, is a room built entirely from stone, buried deep beneath the earth, approximately 20 meters underground. The walls of 3359 are covered in Egyptian hieroglyphics, which clearly designate the room as a tomb. According to the translation of the hieroglyphics found within 3359, the text reveals a story relating the tomb's anomalous properties into a mythological setting that is consistent with ancient Egypt. The writings show an unnamed individual dying within 3359 and being taken to the judgment hall of the afterlife by Anubis, wherein Osiris resides. Here, the unnamed individual presents a phallic object to Osiris, who takes the object and wrests the unnamed individual from Anubis's hands. The individual was transported back to 3359, which now contained food offerings to the dead. The unnamed individual is given a shield-like aura by Osiris, which protects them from death. The next portion of the tale involves Anubis damaging this shield and draining the unnamed individual of blood. The unnamed individual goes and drains other people of their blood as retribution. The end of the tale reveals the unnamed individual in a healthier state, and with their shield fixed as they stand atop a mound of bodies.
Oh,
the content of 3359 consists mainly of randomly spaced bowls of food. Typically, these bowls include breads, dried fish, onions, dried lentils, figs, and dates. Food present within 3359 does not rot or decompose, though removing food from 3359 will cause it to decompose at a normal rate. If a bowl is removed from 3359, a new identical bowl of food will manifest itself inside of 3359.
Huh. Oh, and it includes an ad with it.
When a subject enters 3359 and consumes any food within, they begin to transform into SCP-3359-1. The large stone door initially set at the entrance of 3359 moves to seal its entrance with immense force. At this point, video logs reveal the subject rapidly entering a state of severe desiccation. Though the means of desiccation remain unknown, the subject's skin rapidly shrivels as its muscle deteriorates. The subject remains living and sentient throughout the entire process. Once the process finishes, the door to 3359 reopens. Analysis of 3359-1 reveals a severe reduction or a complete lack of bodily fluids, including water, blood, saliva, and urine. It absorbs any liquids that come into contact with its body, but does not show signs of rehydration unless immediately exposed to 2.5 or more kiloliters of fluid.
Holy.
Despite this, it exhibits remarkable strength beyond average human limits, tempered by considerable slowness. 3359-1 has proven able to perform activity at faster rates, but these bursts of activity typically only last seconds and are uncommon unless it is pursuing prey. Testing on the limits of its strength remains inconclusive, but it has proven able to physically overpower a tactical response team of 3 trained officers. Double 359-1 exhibits aggressive behavior towards any type of animal, but particularly towards humans. When brought into visual contact with animal life, it will pursue the largest organism available, primarily draining it of all its blood and other bodily fluids, while partially consuming the body. To facilitate the process, its absorption ability is powerful enough to absorb body fluids through skin by touch alone. It returns to Double 359 before sunrise and uses ambush tactics to grapple prey. When Double 359-1 enters Double 359, it disappears and reappears in any space not currently observed by humans within Double 359. Additionally, it also uses this effect to ambush prey. If Double 359-1 in its desiccated state is submerged in at least 2.5 kiloliters of fluid, it rehydrates and reverts back to a physical form that resembles the affected subject around the age of their early 20s. The rehydrated Double 359-1 displays none of the traits exhibited by the desiccated Double 359-1, exhibiting full mental control and proving to be, for all measures, a normal human being except for its anomalous aging capabilities. The first recorded instance of Double 359-1, referred to as SCP-359-1A, is a Caucasian male exhibiting signs of mental instability. It has proven uncooperative in Foundation testing and containment, frequently attempting self-destruction and reversion to its desiccated state.
YouTube Premium gives you ad-free videos, mobile downloads, and background play.
I can live forever. I have a new life. The weak exist to die, to feed me, to let me live their red blood. It attacked the walls of its cell and offered no response. After approximately 8 minutes of agitation, it continued the interview, fatigued. It gave me food. I couldn't say no to food. I was dying. I never have to worry about dying again. How much longer is this interview? I have a couple more questions. How many people have you killed? Damn questions. So many, but not enough. I will reach the bloody limit and have my own real, eternal life when the streets glow red and the bodies lie dry in the streets, where I will walk and feed and live and be freed forever among the bright moon and dry. That's enough. On another matter, you need hydration to convert to your normal human form. Why do you only seek blood? Why not use, say, a river? You could eat dirt. Why don't you? Go and eat some damn grass, you idiot, and tell me why the hell you don't do it, you damn cattle. I will rip you apart. The interview is officially over. Double 359-1, in its desiccated state, shows no signs of aging. In the case of corporeal destruction, in which a majority of his physical matter is destroyed, his body reverts to dust, and the completed form reappears within Double 359 in its desiccated state. This new form, once rehydrated, is identical to the one previously destroyed. It has been proven that Double 359-1 is replaced after a new subject enters Double 359 and consumes any of the food within the tomb. In an incident, after Agent Mohammed entered Double 359, and instantly, Double 359-1A became visibly distressed and attempted self-destruction immediately. The attempt at self-destruction was halted by on-site security. After consuming food within Double 359, Agent Mohammed began to transform into Double 359-1. During the process, Double 359-1A's body began disintegrating into fine dust. These events, deemed related, would prove that there can only be one Double 359-1 at any given time. Agent Mohammed, now referred to as SCP-359-1B, is the current instance of Double 359-1. Following rehydration, it was questioned regarding details about the Double 359-1 experience. It told the Foundation's doctor that the transformation felt like he was in hell. He felt as if he's getting closer to death each day. A week ago, he felt like he was in his 20s,
and now he feels like he's almost 40. During the dehydrated state, a desiccated aberration appears in the tomb with his body. He is conscious of what is happening. He knows everything he's doing, but can't control it. He's thirsty for blood, and all he can do is watch as he kills people and rips them apart with his own hands. Before the interview officially ends, 3359-1B begged the Foundation to end it for him. I feel the pain of dying every month. You don't understand what this feels like. You never will. So, you owe me. End this. Let me die. Put another agent through that tomb, and let me fall to dust. Please, there's nothing I've ever wanted more. In its rehydrated state, it ages rapidly at a rate of approximately 60 years over the course of 30 days. At the end of this period, SCP-3359-1 disappears and reappears within SCP-3359 in its dehydrated state.
I hope you enjoyed today's video. Which SCP do you want to see in the next video, and why it is interesting? Let us know in the comment below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell. Please share it to your friends if you like this video. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
No. This one, yes.
New Sensodyne
No, get out of
sensitivity
here.
and gum.
Viewer discretion is advised.
So, the biology mutation process of SCP-610 and some aspects of the exploration logs were discussed in Part 1. If you want to know more, please click here to watch Part 1. In this video, we will dive further into the exploration of SCP-610. At the end of Part 1, we mentioned that the destruction of Site C resulted in a series of unexpected events in Site A. As the strange spherical formation in Site C was burned and destroyed, aerial footage shows the infected entities in Site A going into explosion. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today we bring you SCP Foundation Keter Class Object SCP-610 Part 2. After the explosion, all immobile 610 infected within the village rapidly shriveled and died, along with any flesh material spread across inanimate objects. The mobile 610 infected made their way into an upper-class residence building. As the infected entered the building, the ground collapsed, revealing a sinkhole. All infected life that did not evacuate into the hole, remaining above ground instead, died and quickly became shriveled husks. In a span of 30 minutes, 3 research teams set up stations within the village's remains. Samples of the deceased 610 infected were sent back to Perimeter HQ for processing and researching. However, 2 hours later, seismic activity began to occur within Site A. 2 of the original teams remained on site, while the 3rd team was instructed to proceed back to Perimeter HQ with the collected samples. Immediately following the seismic event, a torrent of 610 spores erupted from the hole and layered the area around it for a span of 50 meters. As the eruption was being reported, both teams at Site A were assaulted by infected flying organisms. These organisms attacked by splitting their heads in half and clamping them against research members, pulling them into the air, and dropping them into the hole. Before video and radio contact was lost with the remaining teams inside Site A, a second seismic event began to occur, causing another spore burst. Following this, a new, previously unseen SCP-610 entity began to emerge from the hole. The creature's only footage depicts an engorged human head, approximately 20 times larger than that of an average human, pressing itself out of the hole with no discernible body. The research team's video and radio contact were lost as seismic forces increased to 7 on the Richter magnitude scale for 2 seconds duration, then abruptly ceased. For over 1 hour, nothing further had happened at Site A. All personnel and equipment are considered lost. With an absence of activity at Site A, the Foundation decided to send in another remote drone to explore the sinkhole and relay transmitted data back to HQ. After approximately 2 minutes, the drone found traces of SCP-610 material attached to the dirt and rocks at a depth of 15 meters. The material is dormant, but retains its texture and appearance, unlike samples from above ground level, which shrivels and dries rapidly. At 100 meters in depth, small tunnels branch out at apparently random intervals. An increase in the density of SCP-610 materials found on the walls is noted as the drone continues down. The bottom of the sinkhole becomes visible, and the tunnel tilts sharply, suggesting an abnormal formation. 610 material now coats the tunnel entirely. Movement is detected 5 meters ahead. The camera focus turns to a moving mass, which appears to be a deer, uninfected, wriggling in the grips of tendrils composed of 610 material. The deer is suspended in mid-air. 30 meters past the encountered deer, the tunnel displays large lumps in apparently random placement. These lumps are discovered to have similarities to the infected villagers who escaped from Site A, finding refuge in the sinkhole after Site C's destruction. The sound of rushing water is now detected, and the drone is pushed forward. The tunnel splits into a crossroads at this point. One tunnel leads around a river and then seems to slope downward, while the other is directly above a light source in the ceiling. The drone proceeds upwards for approximately 45 minutes before emerging into a windy mountainside, assumed to be in the neighborhood of Site B. The buildings appear to be constructed directly from 610 tissue substance and coated in deceased 610 material. After a cursory scan of Site B, it is determined that there is no life present, either natural or 610 related. So the drone is directed back into the tunnel. Upon descent, a deep roaring sound fills the audio, and the video feed shows what appears to be an immense human face with no discernible features and stretched to 20 times normal proportions. It rushes towards the drone. There are eye sockets, but no eyes, a mouth, but no teeth. The drone fires upon this creature, but bullets do not deter it. There is no room in the tunnel for the drone to take evasive action, and soon the drone is swallowed, cutting both audio and video feed.
Get high protein and crunchy granola clusters with the great taste of Vector.
Approval from Central HQ was granted for a manned assault excursion into the tunnels beneath Site A to ascertain the SCP-610 infection's extent. The destruction of Site A and Site C established that 610 could be contained and destroyed, making the source of the infection top priority. The descent into the tunnels consisted of 5 teams, 2 researchers, and 3 assault agents, along with enough equipment to establish an underground base of operations. The base camp for underground SCP-610 operations resided at the bottom of a 3-way junction where the tunnels split. The first pathway led from Site A to Cavern HQ. The second pathway connected to the ruined Site B village, where an unknown 610 entity destroyed the previous drone. The third pathway headed west and seemed to follow a flow of water from an unconfirmed source. The 2 research teams divided activities between building Cavern HQ and collecting samples of 610. No contagious materials were detected within this area, and the unknown creature recorded by the destroyed drone did not appear at any point to the cavern staff. The remaining teams were ordered to proceed down the unexplored pathway with personal recording devices. After approximately 20 kilometers of walking, no infectious life forms appear in the tunnel. The assault team leader then requests a transport buggy be dispatched to them, which is used to continue the exploration. Following this, they come under attack by multiple 610 infected life forms that emerge from the material coating the tunnel walls. While the assault team manages to escape and protect the buggy during this attack, select members are lost to rapid water currents in the stream below. 3 members of the assault team remain, armed with a single flame unit. They continue with exploration. Hours later, the group comes under attack again from a smaller number of 610 entities larger than the previous encounters. Dispatching the creatures results in all equipped flamethrowers to deplete their fuel tanks, forcing the teams to rely on standard weapons and short-range personal flame units for the remainder of their excursion. The tunnel widens out into what appears to have once been a village of indeterminate age. There is a church with a working clock tower, and the area surrounding the building has a dent in the ground filled with a substance resembling a liquefied version of 610 fleshy material. The liquid moves with unseen force, rippling outward from invisible contact points and rolling in waves from unfelt wind. The team avoids this liquid and proceeds to the church. Within the church are 4 pews, one of them shattered, and a pulpit. Strangely, the entire area is immaculately clean. The clock tower bell tolls abruptly. This triggers a shudder in the building, followed by human screams that appear to come from above. Light from an unknown source shines upon the ceiling, revealing a large mass of SCP-610 and 6 wooden circles. Strapped to each ring is a living human, coated entirely from neck to toe in 610. Their exposed head appears uninfected. There is relentless screaming as the bell continues to toll, wooden circles lowering to the ground. An unknown creature cries from outside, prompting the team to hide behind the pulpit. All sources of light are extinguished, pitching the area into darkness. The camera's night vision is left off, presumably to avoid revealing the team's location. A figure is seen holding a small torch from the church's entrance and lights a series of candles at the doorway. The flame is then applied to a rope coated in SCP-610, which quickly ignites and spreads up to a chandelier system. The light from this system illuminates the red material holding the captive humans, which shows signs of constant motion, rippling across itself in waves. A flood of 610 infected shamble quickly into the area, proceed to the captives and begin to rip off the red material surrounding them, resulting in further screams and cries. The red material seems to be connected to the humans, using them as a source of sustenance to grow, which then provides food to the 610 infected. Feeding like this continues for 6 minutes, at which time a figure sounds a gong, and all infected entities move to the pews. The figure then spontaneously collapses as if made from hollow clay. A pillar of SCP-610 flesh rises and extends through the hole behind the pulpit, directing itself toward the gathered creatures. 10 minutes later, it retracts back into the hole, and the infected entities exit the church. As the 3 team members attempt to leave, one of them is thrown into the air several meters by a tendril that emerges out of the ground. The 2 remaining members run back towards the buggy. Passing by a building, one of them is ambushed by a figure wielding a large crop scythe, which footage reveals to be the same infected who previously lit the church candles. The last member continues without pause towards the buggy location. However, the buggy is found half absorbed by a SCP-610 mass covering the floor. While attempting to find another means of escape, his camera reveals the scythe-wielding figure approaching. Weapon raised. 2 shots are fired, and the video feed ends. 5 hours later, while final decisions were underway regarding how to contain or eradicate the SCP-610 threat, a time-delayed video feed from the initial team members lost to the underground river currents became available. This feed was filled in SCP-610 L6 field logs, containing the exploration records of Operation Source Point. Remember to check out my new animation channel, The Rubber Talks, where I share my life story, thoughts, and opinions. Just click on the link in the description to enter the Rubber's world. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you. You can now send us your fan art, and we will be more than happy to show off your best art piece in our next video. Check out our description below on how to submit. I hope you enjoyed today's video.
I can't find another one. I think it's only the 2 parts because I can't find a third one. I think I know this one too. Oh.
You started with a K-pop dance tutorial.
And
now
what?
you're a Blackpink superfan.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Wanna
They
know
felt
how it
helpless.
tastes.
All they could do was just sit in the
you have
bathroom
fun with
and
that.
hope they would go away. The room felt like their only safe haven until they were exposed to them for too long. Hello everybody, I'm the Rubber. Today we bring you SCP Foundation Euclid Class Object
Yeah, it probably tastes
SCP-1471.
like flesh.
SCP-1471, also known as Mallow, version 1.0.0, is a free 9.8 megabyte application for mobile devices, distributed in online application stores with this description. Never settle for those awkward feelings of being alone ever again. Mallow is an exciting and interactive experience that will keep you engaged and intrigued. The anxiety of social situations can be nerve-wracking, but after just a few hours of Mallow, you will soon forget all about those painful emotions of disappointment. Be part of the new craze that is quickly becoming the next social substitute. Remember, the more you participate, the more Mallow will engage you. Your experience is completely up to you. Absolutely no ads. Enjoy. 1471 has no listed developer and is somehow able to bypass the application approval process to go directly to distribution. 1471 is also able to avoid removal by other program manager applications. After SCP-1471 is installed, it will then begin to send the user images through text messaging every 3 to 6 hours. All images will contain SCP-1471-A, either within the background or foreground. SCP-1471-A appears as a large humanoid figure with a canid-like skull and black hair. On the first day of installation, the mobile device will receive images taken at locations commonly frequented by the user. After 48 hours, the mobile device will receive images taken at locations that were recently visited by the user. After 72 hours, the mobile device will receive images of the user in real time, with 1471-A appearing within close proximity to the user. Users with over 90 hours of exposure to the continuous images will begin to briefly visualize 1471-A within their peripheral vision, reflective surfaces, or a combination of the two. Continued exposure to 1471 after this point will cause irreversible and sustained visualizations of 1471-A. Users at this stage have reported periodic attempts made by 1471-A to visually communicate with them, but fail to understand or comprehend these actions. Currently, the only known treatment to reverse 1471's effect is to eliminate the user's visual exposure to the images prior to 90 hours after installation. To date, no apparent hostile activity has been reported regarding 1471-A. All mobile devices that have 1471 installed are to be confiscated and analyzed for any potential leads to other possibly affected devices. Afterwards, affected devices are to have their batteries removed, be assigned a designation, and be placed in Storage Unit 9-1 at Research Site 45. Here's a story from a man called William about his experience with 1471-A, which he calls it Capone. William started seeing Dr. Laura Brenz 2 years ago, after he first met Capone. William said, "I was scared when I first saw him. It happened just as you told me. The messages, the pictures, seeing him around every corner afterwards. I was so young. Who wouldn't have lost it? Believe me, William, I know many people have reacted the same way. Fear is a more common reaction to the unknown than you'd think." Dr. Brenz consoled him. "It's not that I'm afraid of him anymore. I mean, he makes me jump when I see him in the morning. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. It's just the bad connotations he has," William rebutted. "I know that he does, but it happened 2 years ago. I know it's hard for you, especially with your shadow, but you need to carry on," Dr. Brenz stated. William just sighed as she continued. Our session is almost up. We made some real progress, William. When you get home, I want you to think back to your first experience and write as much as you feel comfortable sharing. Is that all right? Yeah, thanks for seeing me. William then drove home from the doctor's office. He drops the backpack near the door. Go to the patio. Wave to Capone from the mirror. Fridge. Drink. Chair. Crash. He grabbed a few sheets of paper and a pen. Bit by bit, he pieced together the sequence of events that led up to this point. According to William, Capone had been with him ever since he was 15 years old. One day, Sarah, William's sister, told him about an app that she downloaded. She said to William, "It tracks you through your phone's GPS and sends you pictures of the places you've been, with a really cute monster placed in the photo to make it look like it's following you." Her description of it sounded pretty cool to him, so he asked Sarah to help him download it on his phone. After some prodding, she found the app, which was a surprise to the both of them. It was obvious that his phone didn't have any kind of GPS, but neither of them had even thought about it until much, much later. Soon, William received his first picture. The first picture he received was a photo taken in his school's courtyard, with Capone sitting on one of the benches. Capone was covered in his black, matted fur, with his knife-like claws, a set of blank, pure white eyes, and that face, which was merely a skull belonging to some kind of large beast, looking directly at them with that large, wolfish grin. William gave the phone back to Sarah, telling her how terrifying it was, and that he didn't want to receive such messages anymore. She just jokingly punched his shoulder, saying, "I'm sure he'll grow on you eventually. Tell you what, if you can put up with him for one whole week, we'll go see that movie you've been wanting to see. If he still gives you nightmares, we'll delete it. If you end up liking it, we'll laugh about it later. Deal?" William looked at it again and unwillingly agreed to it. Sarah was ecstatic after that and showed him all the pictures she received. She only had 3 so far. One at her office, one at the park, and another on the road they lived on. Each picture containing her own clearly visible entity. Sarah told William that she had named it Cassandra. After that night, William continued to get pictures of Capone for a while, following him at school, the bus stop, his street, virtually everywhere he went. Some days later, William got called out from class by Sarah. While driving back home, she kept asking questions about Capone. Sarah then told him they were being pursued by something. She had no idea on how they were doing it, but she knew that they knew where she and William lived. She couldn't figure out how to delete it. She said she tried everything, but couldn't find a way to get rid of it. She couldn't even find where the app went. Suddenly, William got a text from the app. Sarah froze and stared at him, as if to say, "Don't look at it." But he did it. The photo was taken from the hood of the moving car, giving them a clear view of what was behind them. Capone took up most of the back seat and towered over William. They both turned around, preparing to scream at the monstrosity behind them. But when they did, the seat was empty. They didn't know what was happening, or what to make of it, but they felt that the only thing to do is to run away, abandoning the car. They hastily ditched the car, ran the rest of the way to the apartment, and locked the door behind them. They locked themselves in the bathroom and waited. They just stayed there, even when they got a message from Cassandra or Capone. Sarah would scream at them, asking why they were following them, and begged for them to be left alone. They felt helpless. All they could do was just sit in the bathroom and hope they would go away. The room felt like their only safe haven, until they were exposed to them for too long. Sarah started to panic, saying that she kept seeing one of them behind her. He tried to calm her down by telling her that maybe they were not really there. Then he saw Capone in the mirror. William convinced Sarah that they needed to leave the room right away. They couldn't stay in the apartment forever. They called the police and they both got help. Everyone's case was different in terms of interaction, but for William, Capone was always in a mirror or some reflective thing large enough to show it. Capone was predictable. and William could always find ways to block him out when he needed it. He learned how to expect Capone, and after a while, Capone kind of grew on him. Capone always seemed to try and interact with him, even if William didn't understand what it was trying to say most of the time. But he would greet Capone with a casual wave as he passed by it from the living room mirror, and eventually, Capone started to wave back. Capone kind of became a constant companion to William. However, Sarah was not as lucky as William. Her case was much more serious. She saw Cassandra everywhere she looked and around every corner. Unfortunately, Sarah couldn't handle it anymore and took her own life. Now, every time he sees Capone, he is reminded of what he did in the car that day. If he didn't pick up that text, she would still be here. But then again, who would have known? No one knows who made the Mallows or why. No one knows if anyone actually made the app. 2 years since the incident, William learned how to get used to Capone being there and carry on with his life. Despite everything, William found himself talking to it, like one would talk to a dog or cat about their day when they're alone. William always said to Capone, "At least I know you're interested." Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan.
At least one of them had a happy ending. Do I play horror game? What game do you want to play? Ah! Kinda creepy but cute, yes. He's so cute. Honestly, he's kind of a cute one though. He's cute, but he's like creepy cute. You know? That's kind of what he's like. He's creepy cute. Let's see. That can go away. Crudy. Creepy. Cute and creepy, yes. That's exactly how it is. Cozy time? I don't... No, it's not just cozy time. We're gonna find a game. I don't know what game yet. I just don't know what a game yet. You go to sleep now? Okay. Good night, Hunter. I don't know. True. Did you want to try and do some Dead by Daylight?
If you want.
I don't really know what else to play.
Well, we got it. Hurricanes download pretty good.
I mean, I don't have any like good multiplayer ones.
Yeah.
I've got Phasmophobia, but I highly doubt I'd stream that.
Well, it sounds good.
No. Don't.
Sorry, what?
No, we can do Dead by Daylight. I don't really know what else to do.
It's still playing? Oh, he's still playing. He's dedicated.
Huh?
Well, my mate. That's dedicated this time.
Huh? Why am I not surprised?
Spends it all on himself.
Okay. But yes, Dead by Daylight?
Yes.
Yeah! While we wait for it to load. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. On another hydrate. Yeah! What are you laughing at? I was gonna say, did they see you get on Dead by Daylight? I wouldn't be surprised. If she wants. So close up. Would it do it? So close up to my screen. Oh, another hydrate. Thank you. I'll get to that in just a second. Okay. You can stop. Do I have to sacrifice for that? Shush. I know it's bad.